America's history is written not only in triumphs, but also in blood-stained pages filled with obsession, cruelty, and madness. From lonely highways to quiet suburbs, serial killers have lurked in every corner of the nation, leaving behind trails of terror and fascination. These 50 disturbing stories dive into the minds of the most infamous and the most forgotten. Men and women whose crimes shattered lives and shocked entire communities. Each tale exposes a piece of the darkness that hides behind ordinary faces, exploring what drives a human being to kill again and again. These are not legends or myths. These are the monsters that walked among us. In the heart of Chicago during the 1890s, a man named Herman Webster Mudgett, better known as H. Holmes, was quietly constructing what would become one of the most infamous buildings in American criminal history. His murder castle, as newspapers later dubbed it, stood ominously at the corner of 63rd and Wallace Streets, a 3-story labyrinth of rooms, chutes, gas chambers, and hidden torture chambers that turned the dreams of the Chicago World's Fair into a living nightmare. Holmes was not simply a killer. He was an architect of horror, a pioneer in the macabre art of calculated murder. The building looked ordinary from the street, a modest mixed-use structure with shops on the ground floor and lodging above. But behind the facade, Holmes designed a twisted maze of death. Hallways led nowhere, rooms were soundproofed, doors opened to brick walls, gas jets were hidden in ceilings and vents, and some rooms had secret chutes leading directly to the basement, where a furnace large enough to incinerate a body waited. Holmes lured his victims under the pretense of employment or lodging, often targeting young women who arrived in the city looking for work during the fair's booming months. They disappeared quietly into the machinery of his castle, never to be seen again. Holmes's crimes thrived on the anonymity of the time. There were no national identification systems, no central police databases, and transient workers vanished by the thousands every year without raising alarm. He exploited these conditions with surgical precision, always presenting himself as a successful doctor, pharmacist, or entrepreneur. Charming, well-spoken, and immaculately dressed, he embodied the image of a gentleman, making him the last man anyone would suspect of running a torture factory. When authorities finally began to unravel Holmes's network of deceit, they uncovered a pattern of fraud, theft, and murder that spanned multiple states. He took out life insurance policies on his victims, forging documents and using their identities to collect payouts. In some cases, he even sold the skeletons of the deceased to medical schools, a gruesome business that blended profit and sadism in equal measure. Investigators estimated that Holmes may have killed between 20 and 200 people, though exact numbers were never confirmed. His victims were often women, employees, lovers, or business partners, whose trust he gained before methodically disposing of them. The turning point came when Holmes's greed caught up to him. After a series of insurance scams, including one involving his associate Benjamin Pitezel, the authorities began to notice inconsistencies in his paperwork. When Pitezel's charred body was discovered, Holmes claimed it was part of an insurance ruse, but investigators soon realized it was murder. Holmes had killed Pitezel and then, chillingly, murdered 3 of his children in an attempt to cover up the crime. It was this cold, calculated act, not the murders inside his castle, that finally sealed his fate. When Holmes was arrested in 1894, he reportedly confessed to 27 murders, but later recanted, claiming he was possessed by the devil. In court, he displayed no remorse. Instead, he spoke eloquently about human psychology, deceit, and the art of manipulation, as if his trial were another game to win. Reporters described him as disturbingly calm, with a gaze that could unsettle even the strongest man. His composure only deepened the public's fascination. For many Americans, Holmes became the embodiment of pure evil cloaked in civility. Holmes was sentenced to death in 1895 and hanged at Moyamensing Prison in Philadelphia the following year. Witnesses said he remained eerily calm until the very end, refusing to confess or repent. Even in death, Holmes continued to manipulate those around him. He requested his coffin be filled with cement and buried 10 feet underground to prevent grave robbers or medical dissection. His final wish was granted. The discovery of his castle after his arrest sent shockwaves through the nation. Newspapers published lurid details about torture rooms and secret passageways, feeding a growing obsession with serial murder. While some stories were exaggerated, the underlying truth was horrifying enough. Holmes's building was an instrument of death, engineered for the sole purpose of killing without detection. When the structure mysteriously burned down in 1895, just days before it was to be turned into a museum of crime, many believed it was an act of divine intervention. H. Holmes occupies a unique place in American criminal history, not just as one of its first documented serial killers, but as a symbol of how civilization and savagery can coexist within a single man. He was both doctor and executioner, visionary and psychopath. His crimes exposed the darkness beneath the American dream at the dawn of modernity. The Chicago World's Fair, meant to showcase progress, science, and innovation, became the backdrop for his private reign of terror. It was as if Holmes was conducting his own twisted exhibition, one that celebrated not the triumph of human ingenuity, but its corruption. Over a century later, Holmes's story continues to captivate writers, filmmakers, and criminologists. He has become a mythic figure, part fact, part legend, his castle now a ghostly metaphor for the hidden horrors of ambition and deceit. Modern investigations, including exhumations and DNA tests, have reignited debates about how many people he truly killed. But perhaps the more haunting question is why. What compels a man to design murder as an architectural art form, to turn human suffering into a mechanical process? Holmes's life offers no clear answers, only the reminder that beneath the surface of progress lies the potential for monstrous invention. A DX Florence, the modern Alcatraz of the Rockies, houses killers far more technologically surveilled, far more contained, but H. Holmes represents the prototype. He was the original manipulator, the first great American example of how intelligence without empathy becomes a weapon. His mind was a supermax prison of its own, one from which no conscience ever escaped. Plainfield, Wisconsin, was the kind of small, quiet farming town where nothing ever seemed to happen. The people were simple, their routines predictable, their gossip limited to weather and crops. But in the late 1950s, that peaceful illusion shattered when the world learned what one of their own, Ed Gein, had been doing inside his isolated farmhouse. What the police discovered there would not only horrify America, but reshape the very concept of the modern horror story. Ed Gein didn't just kill, he desecrated the boundary between life and death, body and object, human and thing. For years, Gein lived a lonely existence in a decrepit farmhouse with peeling paint, boarded windows, and a silence that hung heavy like a fog. Locals thought of him as odd but harmless, a mild-mannered handyman who did odd jobs around town. He was polite, shy, and soft-spoken, a man who didn't drink, didn't swear, and lived frugally. But beneath that quiet demeanor was a mind twisted by obsession, isolation, and delusion. His crimes would inspire Psycho, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs, Yet no movie could fully capture the grotesque truth of what investigators found. It all began to unravel on November 16, 1957, when Bernice Warden, the owner of the local hardware store, vanished without a trace. Her son, Deputy Sheriff Frank Warden, discovered bloodstains on the store floor and a missing receipt made out to Ed Gein. Police drove out to Gein's farmhouse that night, expecting to question a suspect about a missing person. What they found instead defied comprehension. Inside the unlit farmhouse, investigators' flashlights revealed scenes from a nightmare. The air reeked of decay. Pots on the stove held human remains. A chair was upholstered with human skin. Skulls were used as bowls. A lampshade was stitched together from the flesh of women. And hanging from a meat hook in the shed was the mutilated body of Bernice Warden, decapitated, gutted, and dressed like a deer. The deputies who stumbled into that room never forgot what they saw. Many left law enforcement entirely after that night. As police searched further, the horror only deepened. They discovered a collection of body parts, noses, ears, genitalia, carefully preserved in jars. There were masks made of faces flayed from corpses, a belt fashioned from nipples, even a woman's suit stitched together from the skin of dead women, complete with breasts and genitals. Gein later told investigators that he would wear the suit at night, pretending to be his dead mother. He would dance under the moon, feeling as if he had become her. It was an act that blurred grief, insanity, and blasphemy into one unholy ritual. Gein's obsession with his mother Augusta was the root of everything. She was a domineering religious fanatic who taught him that women were evil, sex was sinful, and the world was full of corruption. After her death in 1945, Ed's already fragile mind fractured. He began visiting cemeteries late at night, exhuming recently buried women who reminded him of his mother. He would take their bodies home, experiment on them, and use their skin to create his grisly trophies. He insisted that he didn't kill most of the women, he just borrowed them. But evidence linked him to at least 2 murders: Mary Hogan, a tavern owner who disappeared in 1954, and Bernice Warden. During interrogation, Gein spoke with an unsettling calmness. He described his activities not as crimes, but as experiments. He told investigators how he read pulp magazines about Nazis, cannibals, and grave robbers. His imagination fed on those stories until they became his reality. When asked why he made masks from human faces, he simply said, "I wanted to be close to them." There was no anger, no hatred in his tone, just a detached curiosity, as if discussing a hobby. That dispassionate manner frightened detectives even more than his crimes. When the trial came, Gein was declared legally insane and sent to the Central State Hospital for the criminally insane. He spent the rest of his life there, reportedly content, reading adventure magazines and tending to plants in the hospital garden. Nurses said he was polite and cooperative, a model patient who rarely spoke of his crimes. He died in 1984 of respiratory failure at age 77, and his grave became a target for vandalism and morbid tourism. His gravestone was eventually stolen and later recovered, but authorities decided not to return it, fearing it would become a shrine for the deranged and curious. The legacy of Ed Gein endures not only in the grotesque details of his crimes, but in the deep cultural wound he left behind. Before Gein, America saw murder as an act of violence driven by greed, jealousy, or rage. After Gein, murder became something more primal, an expression of psychological collapse and perversion. His story forced the public to confront a new kind of evil, one rooted not in the city's underbelly, but in rural America's isolation. Gain wasn't a monster hiding in the shadows of an alleyway. He was the neighbor no one really noticed. The man who fixed your fence and smiled politely at the grocery store. In many ways, Ed Gein represents the terrifying idea that true horror doesn't always scream. It whispers. His crimes weren't acts of passion, but of obsession, quiet rituals performed in the dead of night under the illusion of devotion. He didn't seek fame, power, or wealth. He sought to recreate the only person he ever loved. And that love, twisted by madness, became the fuel for atrocities that the human mind still struggles to process. Today, when filmmakers or writers search for the ultimate symbol of depraved humanity, they often return to Plainfield. The butcher of Plainfield remains the archetype, the ordinary man who hides unimaginable darkness behind a mask of normalcy. H. Holmes built a castle of death. Ed Gein built a shrine to his mother from human remains. Both men turned death into a form of art. But Gein's art was deeply personal, disturbingly intimate, and tragically real. In the long, grim gallery of American killers, Ed Gein's story is not about numbers or statistics. It's about the collapse of the human psyche, the fragility of morality when isolation meets obsession. He showed the world that sometimes evil doesn't roar. It lives quietly at the end of a dirt road, behind closed doors, and in the heart of a man who just wanted to bring his mother back. Los Angeles, 1984. The city of angels shimmered under neon lights and palm-lined streets, a sprawling paradise that promised fame, fortune, and freedom. But in the summer heat, something sinister prowled beneath the glow. A figure who slipped through open windows and unlocked doors, leaving behind mutilated bodies and satanic symbols. His name was Richard Ramirez, but to the terrified residents of California, he became known simply as the Night Stalker. Ramirez was not just a killer. He was a manifestation of chaos. He didn't have a type, a pattern, or a clear motive. His victims ranged from children to the elderly, from affluent homeowners to working-class families. His crimes defied logic. They were fueled not by necessity, but by pure sadism and the thrill of domination. Between 1984 and 1985, Ramirez turned Southern California into a waking nightmare. Every creak in the night, every flickering light carried his shadow. Born in El Paso, Texas in 1960, Richard Ramirez's descent into darkness began early. His father was violent, his mother overworked, and his childhood steeped in dysfunction. At 12, he witnessed his cousin Mike, a Vietnam veteran, shoot and kill his wife in front of him. Mike, who had boasted to young Richard about his wartime atrocities and showed him photographs of raped and mutilated women, became his twisted mentor. That single moment of violence, blood splattering across the walls, the lifeless eyes of a woman Ramirez had just spoken to minutes earlier, etched itself into his psyche. The boy's fascination with death had found its spark. By his teens, Ramirez was using LSD, stealing cars, and sleeping in graveyards. He developed an obsession with Satanism, sexual violence, and the occult. He idolized Aleister Crowley, studied pentagrams, and carried a knife everywhere he went. Moving to California in his early 20s, Ramirez became transient, surviving through theft and burglary. But soon, breaking into homes was not enough. He wanted control, absolute, unfiltered control over life and death. His first known murder occurred in June 1984, when he brutally killed 79-year-old Jenny Vinco in her Los Angeles apartment. He stabbed her repeatedly, slashed her throat, and left her nearly decapitated. The scene was so gruesome that even seasoned homicide detectives were shaken. Over the next year, Ramirez's attacks grew more frequent and more depraved. He would creep into homes in the dead of night, wearing dark clothing and sneakers, attacking couples in their sleep, shooting men, raping women, and forcing them to swear allegiance to Satan. He left pentagrams on walls and bodies, branding his crimes with his own unholy signature. The randomness of his victims made him uniquely terrifying. No one was safe. He killed both the rich and the poor, crossing racial and social boundaries with chilling indifference. Media coverage exploded, with newspapers calling him a satanic killer, night prowler, and psychopathic drifter. Fear consumed the city. Hardware stores sold out of locks, guns, and security lights. Neighbors slept in shifts. Dogs barked through the night, and police lines buzzed with terrified callers who swore they heard footsteps outside their windows. What made Ramirez even more terrifying was his unpredictability. Sometimes he would leave a survivor, usually to spread his message. He told one victim, "Tell them the Night Stalker was here." Another he forced to swear on Satan that she would not scream as he assaulted her. He relished the terror, feeding on it. To him, fear was a form of worship. But his arrogance became his downfall. In August 1985, Ramirez murdered a man named Peter Pan and assaulted his wife, leaving behind a footprint from his Avia sneakers, a rare brand in the United States. Detectives across multiple jurisdictions began connecting the dots, matching ballistics, footprints, and eyewitness accounts. The media, in an effort to inform the public, released his composite sketch and fingerprints. Overnight, Richard Ramirez's face was on every television, newspaper, and billboard across California. Unaware that his identity had been made public, Ramirez boarded a bus to Arizona. When he returned to Los Angeles a few days later, he noticed people whispering, pointing, and finally shouting his name. Panicking, he fled into East LA, running through backyards, stealing cars, and attempting to evade the growing mob of citizens who had recognized him from the news. But the community he once terrorized turned on him. A group of bystanders chased him down, beat him with metal bars, and held him until the police arrived. The Night Stalker was finally caught, not by the system, but by the people he thought he owned through fear. During his trial, Ramirez reveled in the attention. He smirked at the cameras, flashed a pentagram on his palm, and shouted, "Hail Satan!" at the press. The courtroom became a theater of horror. Women wrote him love letters, some claiming they were spiritually connected to him. He laughed when prosecutors detailed the suffering of his victims. It wasn't remorse he felt, it was pride. He saw himself as a messenger of evil, a servant of darkness fulfilling his destiny. In 1989, Ramirez was convicted of 13 murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison, where he would remain for more than 2 decades. Even behind bars, his reputation continued to grow. He granted interviews, read occult literature, and married a journalist who had become infatuated with him. But his health deteriorated over time. In 2013, before his sentence could be carried out, Richard Ramirez died of complications from B-cell lymphoma at the age of 53. Yet his death brought little closure. The Night Stalker had already immortalized himself in the annals of American crime. His crimes were not just about killing, they were about domination, ritual, and spectacle. He was the embodiment of the fear that evil doesn't need reason or pattern. It exists simply because it can. Ramirez's reign of terror forced the public to confront the horrifying truth that darkness can thrive, even in a world illuminated by neon and fame. Unlike the calculated precision of H. Holmes or the obsessive delusion of Ed Gein, Ramirez was chaos personified. He didn't build traps or craft shrines. He tore through lives like a storm, leaving nothing but ruin and memory. His crimes were the reflection of a mind consumed by hate, violence, and the perverse thrill of blasphemy. In his smile, the same smile he wore in court, defiant and mocking, was the grin of a man who believed he was untouchable, that death itself was just another shadow in which to hide. The Night Stalker may have been caught, but the fear he unleashed never truly died. It lingers in the quiet suburbs and dark hallways of Los Angeles, in every creak of a floorboard at midnight. Ramirez made the ordinary terrifying. He turned sleep, the most peaceful act, into a moment of vulnerability. And in that sense, he succeeded beyond his own imagination. Evil, for a brief, unforgettable time, had a face. It was the face of Richard Ramirez, the devil's disciple who smiled as the world burned. Suburban Chicago, 1970s. The lawns were trimmed, the houses neatly aligned, and the neighbors friendly. It was the perfect image of the American dream, clean, cheerful, and safe. But beneath that illusion, in the small town of Norwood Park, a man was burying young boys beneath his house, while smiling in the faces of his neighbors. That man was John Wayne Gacy, a construction contractor, volunteer, community man, and one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. He wasn't the drifter or recluse people imagined when thinking of killers. Gacy was the opposite. Well-dressed, charming, outgoing, and active in local politics. He hosted block parties, took photos with local officials, and dressed as Pogo the Clown to entertain children at hospitals and fundraisers. To everyone around him, Gacy represented the American ideal, hard-working, generous, always willing to help. Yet, behind the painted smile and suburban respectability, he hid a darkness so immense that it would shake the nation when finally exposed. Gacy's story begins in Chicago in 1942. Raised by an abusive father, he endured years of beatings and verbal humiliation. His father called him weak, mocked him for his weight, and accused him of being soft. That resentment brewed silently inside Gacy, a wound that never healed. Like many killers, he sought control later in life to reclaim the power stripped from him as a boy. But where others turned to manipulation or fraud, Gacy turned to murder. In the early 1970s, he built a successful construction company, PDM Contractors, employing young men and teenage boys to help with his projects. These boys were often drifters or kids struggling for work, the kind no one would miss right away. To Gacy, they were perfect victims, easy to manipulate, easy to overpower, and even easier to erase. The first known murder occurred in 1972 when Gacy lured a teenage boy to his house for work and killed him in a violent rage. He buried the body in a crawlspace under his home. Over the next several years, that crawlspace became his personal graveyard. Gacy refined his methods, luring victims with job offers, alcohol or money, handcuffing them during what he called his clown trick, and then raping, torturing, and strangling them. The handcuffs became his symbol of dominance. Once locked in them, the victim belonged to him. He played psychological games, sometimes releasing a boy only to capture him again, pretending it was all in jest. Other times, he would talk casually to them before tightening the rope around their neck. Gacy's rope trick, a twisted act of performance art, became one of his signatures. He often buried his victims himself, pouring lime over their bodies to mask the odor. When the crawlspace filled, he began disposing of bodies in the Des Plaines River. The horror remained hidden behind Gacy's carefully constructed facade. He entertained children as Pogo the Clown, a grotesque irony that made his crimes even more disturbing. He would perform at charity events, hospitals, and even children's parties, painting his own face in bright colors. But unlike most clowns, Gacy's makeup had sharp, angular lines instead of soft curves. Professional clowns later said those pointed designs were wrong, unsettling, even sinister. In retrospect, it was a reflection of who he really was, a predator disguised as joy. Despite his cruelty, Gacy was cunning. He joined local political groups, befriended police officers, and even had his picture taken with First Lady Rosalind Carter. That photograph would later horrify the Secret Service. They had unknowingly given a security clearance pin to a man who was burying corpses in his basement. It was proof of how effectively Gacy's charm masked his monstrosity. The walls began to close in during December 1978, when 15-year-old Robert Peast disappeared after telling his mother he was going to talk to Gacy about a construction job. When Robert didn't return home, his family called the police. Investigators quickly focused on Gacy, who was one of the last people to see him alive. Detectives searched his home once but found nothing incriminating. Still, something about him felt off. His stories contradicted themselves. His demeanor was too calm, too rehearsed. When a second search warrant was issued, detectives noticed a strange smell coming from the crawl space. As they began to dig, they uncovered bones, the remains of human skeletons compacted into the earth. One officer reportedly climbed out, pale and trembling, whispering, "There's more down there." The more they dug, the more they found. One body became 5, then 10, then 29. The sheer magnitude of the horror defied comprehension. The smell of death was overwhelming, the soil damp with decay. Gacy eventually confessed, describing his crimes with chilling detachment. He claimed some of the victims were killed by accident, others in self-defense, and some by compulsion. He drew maps for investigators showing where each body was buried, like a man giving directions to a garden. When asked why he did it, Gacy famously said, "I'm not the monster everyone thinks I am." His trial in 1980 was one of the most sensational in American history. Psychologists debated whether he was insane, narcissistic, or a sadist incapable of empathy. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding him guilty of 33 counts of murder, one of the highest confirmed body counts of any serial killer in the United States. He was sentenced to death. While on death row, Gacy continued to manipulate the media. He gave interviews, sold paintings of clowns and skulls, and maintained his innocence, claiming that others had buried the bodies in his house. His paintings became macabre collector's items, bought by people fascinated by the darkness he represented. His most infamous piece, Pogo the Clown, became a symbol of the intersection between innocence and evil. On May 10, 1994, after 14 years on death row, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center. His final words were chillingly mundane, "Kiss my ass." There was no remorse, no apology, just defiance to the very end. As the drugs coursed through his veins, the man who had once painted smiles on children's faces died with a smirk of his own. In the decades since, Gacy's story has haunted the American psyche. He shattered the illusion that evil wears an obvious face. He wasn't a shadowy stranger or a deranged drifter. He was a neighbor, a clown, a volunteer. His crimes revealed that the mask of normalcy can conceal the most monstrous truths. Even now, whenever someone sees a clown and feels a twinge of fear, they are, in a way, reacting to Gacy's legacy. He turned laughter into horror, innocence into corruption, and the American home into a burial ground. John Wayne Gacy's name has become synonymous with the grotesque betrayal of trust. He reminds us that true evil doesn't always hide in the dark. Sometimes it smiles at you in broad daylight, shakes your hand, and offers to make your children laugh. New York City, 1976. It was the summer of fear, a sweltering season drenched not in sweat alone, but in blood. Couples sitting in parked cars, women walking home alone, young people enjoying the city's nightlife. None were safe. A man with cold eyes and a .44 caliber bulldog revolver prowled the streets, killing at random, seemingly without pattern or mercy. The tabloids gave him a name that would send shivers down the nation's spine: Son of Sam. David Berkowitz didn't look like the face of chaos. He wasn't a hulking monster or a wild-eyed maniac. He was a mail carrier, quiet, awkward, lonely. Born Richard David Falco in 1953, he was adopted as an infant by Nathan and Pearl Berkowitz, a middle-class couple from the Bronx. His childhood was marked by a deep sense of abandonment and alienation. Even though his adoptive parents loved him, Berkowitz grew up believing he had been thrown away by his birth mother, a rejection that burned into his psyche. He was an intelligent child, but often bullied, withdrawn, and obsessed with death and destruction. Early psychological reports described him as troubled and emotionally detached. After his mother's death from cancer, Berkowitz spiraled deeper into depression. He joined the U.S. Army in 1971, serving in South Korea, but military life did little to stabilize him. When he returned home in 1974, he was adrift, a young man lost in a massive city that reflected his own inner decay. It was during this time that his delusions began to take shape. Berkowitz moved into an apartment building in Yonkers where he claimed to hear voices, demonic commands emanating from his neighbor's dog. He believed that his neighbor, Sam Carr, was possessed by a demon who communicated with him through the barking of his black Labrador, Harvey. This Sam, Berkowitz would later say, was the father who demanded blood sacrifices, hence the chilling name he would write in his letters: Son of Sam. The first attack came on July 29, 1976. Donna Lauria, 18, and her friend Jody Valenti, 19, were sitting in a parked car in the Bronx, talking after a night out. Without warning, a man approached, pulled out a revolver, and fired. Donna was killed instantly. Jody was wounded, but survived. The attack seemed random, but the horror had only begun. Over the next year, New York City became a hunting ground. Berkowitz struck repeatedly, July, October, January, March, April, June, and July again, always targeting young couples or women with long brown hair, often in parked cars. His weapon of choice, the .44 caliber bulldog revolver, became his signature. Each killing seemed colder, more deliberate. 6 people died, 7 more were injured. The randomness of his crimes created an atmosphere of paranoia, unlike anything the city had experienced. Women cut their hair short or dyed it blonde, afraid they might fit his type. Lovers stopped meeting in quiet spots. New Yorkers began checking over their shoulders every night. The fear was suffocating, and the media only fueled it. Then, in April 1977, the killer left his first letter, a taunting message to the police and press. Written in strange, almost poetic language, it began: "I am deeply hurt by your calling me a weeman, sick hater. I am not, but I am a monster. I am the son of Sam." He mocked detectives, calling himself a different breed of killer. He wrote of demons, of commands, of bloodlust. The letter was signed with a bizarre symbol, a cross with a circle, like a demonic insignia. The press devoured it. The New York Daily News splashed it across front pages, and the Son of Sam became a living legend of terror. Berkowitz fed on the attention. He read every newspaper article, thrilled by his infamy. He watched the police scramble, the city panic, and felt powerful for the first time in his life. Every new murder became his way of proving dominance, not just over his victims, but over the entire city. The police, meanwhile, were under enormous pressure. The Omega Task Force, a special team of over 300 officers, was formed to catch him. They analyzed handwriting, tracked gun purchases, interviewed witnesses, and combed through thousands of tips. Still, the killer stayed one step ahead. Then a break came from something as trivial as a parking ticket. On the night of July 31st, 1977, Berkowitz shot and killed Stacy Moskowitz and wounded her boyfriend, Robert Violante, in Brooklyn. A witness saw a suspicious man near a yellow car and reported it. The car, a Ford Galaxy, had received a parking ticket near the scene. When detectives checked the registration, it led to David Berkowitz of Yonkers. When police arrived at his apartment on August 10th, they found his car filled with weapons, maps, and another threatening letter addressed to the police. Inside his apartment, walls were scrawled with satanic graffiti, and his diary contained details of every attack. When officers knocked on his door, Berkowitz smiled and said, "Well, you got me." He confessed almost immediately, describing his crimes in a chillingly calm tone. "It was Sam's dog," he said. "He told me to kill." His claims of demonic influence shocked the world. Some thought he was insane, others believed he was faking. Psychiatrists concluded that while Berkowitz had deep psychological issues, he was legally sane and fully aware of his actions. In 1978, he was sentenced to 6 consecutive life terms, over 300 years in prison. After his incarceration, Berkowitz's story took another strange turn. In 1987, he announced that he had found God and became a born-again Christian, calling himself the Son of Hope. He claimed remorse, saying, "I am sorry for what I've done. I deserve no forgiveness." Some believe this was genuine repentance. Others saw it as another manipulation, a new persona for a man addicted to attention. In prison, he has since refused parole, choosing to remain behind bars. Yet his case continues to fascinate criminologists and psychologists alike. Berkowitz embodied the terrifying intersection of delusion, loneliness, and media obsession. He turned his own madness into performance art, using newspapers as his stage and fear as his instrument. The Son of Sam case also changed American law. In the wake of his crimes, New York passed the Son of Sam law, preventing criminals from profiting from the publicity of their crimes, a direct response to publishers and producers who sought to buy his story. Berkowitz's rampage left 6 dead, countless others scarred, and an entire city traumatized. The image of him, pale, expressionless, his eyes devoid of light, remains one of the most disturbing faces in American true crime. His legacy was not just the bodies he left behind, but the fear he carved into the cultural memory of the 1970s. A reminder that evil can speak softly, act quietly, and still tear a city apart. For nearly 2 decades, a shadow haunted the Pacific Northwest, a predator who hunted the forgotten, the desperate, and the vulnerable. Women vanished along highways, their bodies later found near the murky waters of the Green River. The killer left almost no trace. For years, he seemed invisible, a ghost of Seattle's underworld. When his identity finally emerged, it shocked the nation. The man responsible for one of the worst serial killing sprees in U.S. history was not a drifter or an escaped maniac. He was a mild-mannered truck painter named Gary Leon Ridgway. Born in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1949, Gary Ridgway was the middle child of a deeply dysfunctional family. His father, a bus driver, often spoke about the sex workers he encountered on his route, describing them with disgust and fascination. His mother, domineering and volatile, reportedly humiliated young Gary, bathing him until he was well into adolescence. This early confusion around sex, power and shame would one day mutate into something monstrous. By high school, Ridgway's disturbing impulses were already surfacing. He once stabbed a 6-year-old boy, leaving him for dead, a crime he later admitted to with no emotion. Despite his low IQ and erratic behavior, Ridgway graduated and joined the Navy, serving during the Vietnam War. He frequented brothels overseas, developing an obsession with sex workers that bordered on fixation. After returning home, he married 3 times, maintaining the image of a quiet, hard-working man. Neighbors described him as friendly, the kind of man who waved hello and kept a neat lawn. But beneath that facade lay decades of murder. The first known victims appeared in 1982. Their bodies were discovered along Washington's Green River, south of Seattle. Detectives quickly realized they were dealing with a serial killer. Most of the victims were young women, often runaway teens or sex workers. Many were strangled, sometimes with their own clothing, and left near the water or dumped in wooded areas. Their remains were found in clusters, suggesting the killer used familiar dump sites. The press dubbed him the Green River Killer. The name stuck, and with every new body, the fear deepened. As the number of victims rose, police launched one of the largest manhunts in American history. But Ridgway was cunning. He targeted women on society's margins, those least likely to be missed quickly or investigated thoroughly. He didn't draw attention, didn't act erratically, didn't fit the movie stereotype of a serial killer. He was methodical, cold, and disturbingly ordinary. Ridgway's job as a truck painter for Kenworth Trucking gave him mobility and time. He cruised the highways, picking up women, often under the pretense of paying for sex. Once in his vehicle, he would strangle them from behind, a method that required no weapon, leaving minimal evidence. Then, he'd dispose of their bodies in wooded or remote areas, sometimes returning to the sites to have sex with their corpses. This necrophilic compulsion became a recurring element in his pattern, a reflection of control over life and death itself. Between 1982 and 1984, bodies continued to appear and panic spread. The Green River Task Force was created, a coalition of local, state, and federal investigators. Among them was Robert Keppel, a detective who had previously hunted Ted Bundy. In an ironic twist, Bundy himself, from death row, offered to help the task force profile the killer. He described the Green River Killer as a man who possesses his victims even after death, someone who revisits the bodies for sexual gratification. Bundy's insight proved chillingly accurate. Despite the massive investigation, Ridgway evaded capture. He was questioned in 1983 after a sex worker accused him of violent behavior, and again in 1984 after his name surfaced in connection with several missing women. He even passed a polygraph test, his calm, detached demeanor fooling the machine. In 1987, police obtained a DNA sample, but forensic technology at the time was too primitive to link him definitively to the murders. The case went cold, but the killer didn't stop. Over the years, more women vanished, as many as 90 by Ridgway's later count. It wasn't until 2001, nearly 2 decades after his first murders, that DNA evidence finally caught up to him. Advances in forensic science allowed investigators to match DNA found on several victims to Ridgway's old saliva sample. In November 2001, police arrested him outside the Kenworth trucking plant. When confronted, Ridgway remained eerily calm. He denied nothing, but volunteered little. As investigators pressed him, the horrifying truth emerged. Ridgway confessed to killing at least 71 women, but later implied that the real number was closer to 90. He could recall details of many murders, the clothing they wore, where he left them, even the order in which he killed them. Yet he spoke about it as though he were describing a day at work. To him, killing had become routine, an extension of daily life. In his own words, "I killed so many women, I can't even remember all their names." The banality of his evil stunned even seasoned detectives. Ridgway wasn't driven by rage or insanity. He killed because he could. He wanted control, power over women who he saw as disposable. His victims were often those living on the edge of society, and that made it easier for him to view them as less than human. In exchange for avoiding the death penalty, Ridgway agreed to help investigators locate the remains of his victims. Over the following months, he led teams to remote wooded areas and riverbanks, describing where he dumped bodies decades earlier. Many were skeletal by then, identified only by DNA or dental records. Families who had waited years for answers finally learned the gruesome truth. In 2003, Gary Ridgway pleaded guilty to 48 counts of aggravated murder, the largest number of convictions ever secured against a single killer in U.S. history. He was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences without parole, plus 480 years for tampering with evidence. He was spared the death penalty only because of his cooperation. Today, Ridgway remains incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. Prison guards describe him as compliant, emotionless, and eerily polite. He spends most of his time alone, rarely speaking to other inmates. Yet the spectre of his crimes lingers far beyond his cell. His case forced law enforcement to reconsider how they investigate crimes involving vulnerable populations, especially sex workers, who had historically been dismissed or deprioritized. The Green River Killer taught America a disturbing truth. That serial murder can wear the face of normalcy. He wasn't a drifter or a madman screaming on street corners. He was the neighbor next door, the quiet man at work, the one who smiled as he held the door open. Ridgway proved that true evil doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it quietly blends in, waiting for nightfall. Even decades later, the name Gary Ridgway evokes an unease that words can barely capture. His reign of terror changed how we define the serial killer archetype. Not as a brilliant manipulator like Bundy, but as an emotionless machine of death. The Green River flowed dark for years, carrying the secrets of the women he silenced. And beneath its still surface, the echo of their voices still haunts the American conscience, a chilling reminder that monsters don't always hide in the shadows. Sometimes they hide in plain sight. Few names in the history of American crime provoke as much visceral horror as Jeffrey Dahmer, the man who turned his apartment into a slaughterhouse of the human soul. Between 1978 and 1991, Dahmer murdered 17 young men and boys, committing acts so gruesome they would come to define the darkest depths of depravity. His crimes were not only about killing, they were about domination, possession, and the grotesque desire to make the dead remain his forever. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. To the outside world, his early life seemed unremarkable, an ordinary Midwestern boy from a working-class family. But behind the facade, darkness was taking root. His father, Lionel, was an analytical chemist. His mother, Joyce, was emotionally unstable and struggled with depression and anxiety. Their marriage was turbulent, filled with shouting and resentment, an environment that left Jeffrey isolated and withdrawn. From childhood, Dahmer exhibited troubling behavior. At age 4, he became fascinated with animal bones. He collected roadkill, dissecting carcasses and bleaching skeletons in jars, not out of cruelty, but curiosity, he later claimed. This fascination with death and dissection would become the foundation of his later horrors. By adolescence, Dahmer was drinking heavily, often sneaking alcohol into school. Teachers described him as quiet, intelligent, but increasingly detached, a young man retreating from reality. In 1978, shortly after his parents' divorce, Dahmer committed his first murder. He was 18. His victim, Stephen Hicks, was a hitchhiker Dahmer picked up near his Ohio home. They drank beer together, and when Hicks tried to leave, Dahmer struck him with a dumbbell, then strangled him. He dismembered the body, dissolving parts in acid and crushing bones to hide the evidence. For nearly 9 years after that, Dahmer killed no one, but the urges never left. They simmered beneath his calm demeanor, growing stronger with every lonely night. After a short stint in college and a brief enlistment in the army, Dahmer's drinking spiraled out of control. He worked at a chocolate factory in Milwaukee and lived alone, drifting through life without direction or purpose. The silence of his apartment was unbearable, and his fantasies of control, of ownership, of bodies that couldn't leave him, began to take over. In 1987, he killed again. His second victim, Stephen Twomey, was lured to a hotel where Dahmer bludgeoned him to death. From that moment, the murders escalated. Over the next 4 years, he would lure men, often young, gay men of color, from bars and bus stops with promises of money, alcohol, or companionship. Once inside his apartment, he drugged them, strangled them, and performed unspeakable acts with their corpses. He photographed the bodies in various stages of dismemberment, preserving skulls and organs as trophies. Dahmer's apartment at 924 North 25th Street became a chamber of horrors. When police finally entered in 1991, they discovered human remains in every corner: skulls in the refrigerator, a heart in the freezer, 2 severed heads in the kitchen, and photographs documenting his process of dissection. On the walls were acid-filled vats and barrels used for dissolving flesh. The smell was unbearable, a combination of death, chemicals, and decay. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Dahmer's crimes was his calm reasoning. He didn't kill for pleasure, he claimed, but to prevent loneliness. He told investigators he wanted to create zombies, men who would remain with him forever, without will or resistance. He drilled holes in the skulls of his victims, injecting acid or boiling water in an attempt to destroy portions of their brains while keeping them alive. His experiments failed, leaving only corpses, yet Dahmer persisted, driven by a delusion that mixed desire, power, and the grotesque need for companionship. In one of the most haunting moments of the investigation, Dahmer said, "I didn't want them to leave. I wanted to keep them with me. That's why I killed them." Despite multiple brushes with the law, Dahmer remained free for years. In 1988, he was arrested for sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy, but was released after serving just a year. Unbelievably, one of his later victims, Konorak Synthesomphone, the brother of that same boy, managed to escape Dahmer's apartment in 1991, naked and bleeding. Neighbors called the police, but when officers arrived, Dahmer convinced them it was a lover's quarrel. The boy was returned to Dahmer and murdered within the hour. That failure remains one of the most chilling examples of systemic negligence in American criminal history. It exposed not only the racial and social biases of law enforcement at the time, but also the terrifying ability of a killer to manipulate those meant to stop him. Dahmer's reign ended on July 22, 1991. His intended victim, Tracy Edwards, escaped from the apartment, running through the streets in handcuffs until he flagged down police. When officers entered Dahmer's residence, they were met with the unimaginable evidence of 17 murders in varying stages of decomposition. The photographs, the bones, the tools of death, all laid bare. During interrogation, Dahmer was shockingly cooperative. He confessed in exhaustive detail, often showing remorse, but never fully explaining why. His voice remained calm as he described acts that defied comprehension. Psychologists diagnosed him with borderline personality disorder and necrophilia, but he was deemed sane enough to stand trial. In 1992, Jeffrey Dahmer was convicted of 15 counts of murder and sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms, over 900 years in prison. In court, he spoke quietly. "I know my time in prison will be spent in repentance. I know I will have to face what I've done." But even in confinement, Dahmer's existence was marked by infamy. He became a symbol of evil so profound it seemed almost inhuman. Some saw in him the ultimate expression of urban alienation, a man who saw people not as individuals but as objects to fill an inner void. Others saw him as proof that evil can be disturbingly banal, an ordinary man whose mind harbored extraordinary horror. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was beaten to death in prison by fellow inmate Christopher Scarver, who claimed that God told him to carry out the act. When the guards found Dahmer's body, his skull was crushed, the irony not lost on those who knew his crimes. Jeffrey Dahmer's story continues to fascinate and horrify because it forces us to confront the darkest corners of human nature. His crimes weren't about greed, revenge, or even hatred. They were about the perverse need to control, to possess, and to erase the boundary between life and death. He blurred that line with terrifying precision, leaving behind not only the remains of his victims, but also a psychological scar on the collective conscience of America. Today, Dahmer's name has become synonymous with evil, a reference point for depravity itself. His crimes revealed how easily society can overlook the quiet man in the next apartment, how proximity to horror can go unnoticed until it's too late. The Milwaukee cannibal didn't just kill people. He devoured the illusion that monstrosity always looks monstrous. Beneath his mild expression and polite voice lived something far worse than rage, an emptiness that consumed everything it touched. And through him, the world learned a terrifying truth, that the face of evil can smile, offer you a drink, and live right down the hall. Few killers symbolize the grotesque duality of good and evil, like John Wayne Gacy, a man who smiled in children's hospitals dressed as a clown by day and strangled young men in the shadows by night. To his community, he was a charismatic businessman and local volunteer. To his victims, he was a predator of unimaginable cruelty. Behind his painted grin lay one of America's most chilling monsters. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois. From the beginning, his life was marked by conflict. His father, John Stanley Gacy, was an alcoholic and a bully who frequently beat his son and called him Sissy and Mama's boy. His mother, Marion, was gentle but powerless to protect him. Gacy grew up desperate for approval, particularly from the man who despised him. That yearning for acceptance would shape his entire existence, twisting into something deeply dark and dangerous. As a child, Gacy was frequently ill and spent long periods bedridden. He suffered from blackouts and fainting spells, which isolated him further from his peers. By adolescence, he had developed a strange duality. He was socially awkward, but also manipulative, learning how to charm adults while hiding his insecurities. Beneath his polite demeanor was a growing resentment, one that festered into a hatred for anyone who made him feel powerless. After high school, Gacy drifted through odd jobs until he found success in sales. He married Marlyn Myers in 1964 and became a model suburban husband. But the mask of normalcy didn't last. In 1968, he was convicted of sexually assaulting a teenage boy and served 18 months in prison. Upon release, he moved back to Chicago, where he built a small construction company, PDM Contractors, and quickly regained a reputation as a hard-working businessman. Few in his neighborhood knew his dark past. Fewer still could imagine what was happening in his home on 8213 West Summerdale Avenue. Gacy became a respected member of his community. He hosted barbecues, attended church, and volunteered at Democratic Party events. But what earned him the most attention was his alter ego, Pogo the Clown. Wearing colorful makeup and a wide grin, he entertained children at charity events and hospitals. The image was wholesome, even endearing. Yet the clown persona also became a mask behind which Gacy could hide his depravity. Between 1972 and 1978, Gacy lured dozens of young men and boys to his home. Many were runaways, drifters, or teenagers seeking work. He offered them jobs, money, or a place to stay. Once inside, he would ply them with alcohol, handcuff them as part of a magic trick, and then attack. His method was as theatrical as it was sadistic. He strangled most of his victims with a rope or tourniquet, often tightening it while performing a mock magic act. When he was finished, he buried their bodies in the crawl space beneath his house. For years, no one suspected a thing. The smell of decay was blamed on plumbing issues. Gacy continued to host parties, even as corpses accumulated beneath his floorboards. He seemed to take pleasure in the audacity, living among the dead, surrounded by his own trophies. His cruelty escalated as he grew more confident, killing as many as 2 victims in a single night. Gacy's ability to compartmentalize his life remains one of the most disturbing aspects of his story. In public, he was cheerful and civic-minded, the man who dressed as a clown for charity, who greeted neighbors with a smile. In private, he was a sadistic killer, driven by power, lust, and control. His victims ranged from 14 to 21 years old. Many were never identified. He targeted those who were easy to disappear, young, poor, or estranged from their families. By 1978, his luck began to unravel. On December 11th, 15-year-old Robert Peast vanished after telling his mother he was going to speak with Gacy about a construction job. When the boy never returned, police began investigating. Detectives soon discovered Gacy's criminal record for sexual assault. A search warrant was obtained, and what they found beneath the house would horrify the nation. Investigators uncovered body after body, 29 in total, buried in the crawl space. Others were found in the backyard or dumped into the nearby Des Plaines River. Each corpse told a story of unimaginable suffering. The young men had been strangled, tortured, or suffocated, many still wearing the remnants of the rope used to kill them. It took weeks to remove the remains and identify the victims. Neighbors watched in disbelief as their quiet street became the center of a nightmare. When confronted, Gacy initially denied everything. But as evidence piled up, his arrogance cracked. In a chilling confession, he told police, "Clowns can get away with murder." He described his killings in matter-of-fact detail, showing no remorse. He remembered each body, each burial. What horrified investigators most wasn't the brutality itself. It was how normal he seemed while recounting it. Gacy was charged with 33 counts of murder, the most ever attributed to a single individual in US history at that time. His trial in 1980 became a media sensation. The defense claimed insanity, arguing that Gacy's clown persona reflected a split personality. But the jury was unconvinced. They saw through the painted mask. Gacy was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death. During his years on death row, Gacy remained defiant. He painted portraits of clowns, Jesus, and politicians, selling them for profit. His artwork, grotesquely blending innocence and evil, became infamous in the world of true crime memorabilia. When asked if he felt remorse, he sneered, "I should have been treated for being a workaholic." On May 10, 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection. His last words were, "Kiss my ass." Even in death, he refused repentance. Yet his story didn't die with him. Gacy's crimes left a permanent scar on American culture. The image of a clown, once a symbol of childhood joy, became a nightmare archetype. Films, books, and television shows have since borrowed his dual identity, the friendly neighbor hiding a killer's soul. He became the living embodiment of the American monster, ordinary on the outside, unthinkable within. Psychologists have long debated what drove Gacy. Some point to his abusive upbringing, his suppressed sexuality, and his need for control. Others argue that he was simply evil, a man who killed because it made him feel like God. Whatever the cause, his crimes forced society to confront the illusion of safety in suburban America. The monster wasn't lurking in dark alleys. He was living next door, mowing his lawn, wearing a clown smile. Today, John Wayne Gacy's legacy remains a haunting reminder of how evil can hide behind charm, how masks can conceal unimaginable horror. The crawl space beneath his home was more than a grave. It was a metaphor for the depths of depravity buried beneath the surface of the American dream. And though the clown is long dead, his shadow still grins from the darkest corners of human memory, a symbol of the terrifying truth that evil often wears a painted smile. There has never been a killer who embodied the contradiction between charm and cruelty, quite like Ted Bundy. To those who met him, he was polite, educated, and even magnetic, a man who could easily pass as a politician, lawyer, or teacher. But behind the confident smile was a remorseless predator who hunted, tortured, and killed young women across multiple states, leaving behind a trail of blood and confusion that haunted America for decades. Bundy's ability to blend intelligence with pure evil forever changed the way the public understood serial killers. Theodore Robert Bundy was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, under scandalous circumstances. His mother, Eleanor Cowell, was unmarried and just 22 years old. To avoid shame, her parents raised Ted as their own child, pretending Eleanor was his sister. That early deception laid the foundation for the lies that would later define Bundy's entire life. When he eventually discovered the truth about his parentage, he felt deeply betrayed, a wound that many believe contributed to his warped sense of identity and hatred toward women. Bundy's childhood was a blend of intelligence, awkwardness, and secrecy. He was bright but introverted, fascinated by the darker sides of human nature from an early age. He confessed later to stealing, peeping into windows, and engaging in other deviant behaviors during adolescence, small acts that foreshadowed his descent into sadistic violence. But to most who knew him, Ted was the ideal young man, handsome, articulate, and ambitious. In college, Bundy appeared to have a promising future. He attended the University of Washington, studying psychology, and became involved in politics, even volunteering on Nelson Rockefeller's presidential campaign. He worked at a suicide hotline alongside future crime author Anne Rule, who would later write The Stranger Beside Me, a chilling biography about her friend turned serial killer. To everyone around him, Bundy was intelligent and empathetic. But those who looked closer sometimes caught glimpses of something unnerving in his eyes, a cold detachment that didn't fit his otherwise perfect persona. Everything seemed to unravel in the early 1970s after Bundy's girlfriend, Stephanie Brooks, a pseudonym, broke up with him, calling him immature and directionless. The rejection devastated him. In typical Bundy fashion, he hid his pain beneath composure, channeling his resentment into a desire for dominance and control. Years later, he began dating another woman while simultaneously rekindling his relationship with Stephanie, only to suddenly cut her off without explanation. It was his cruel revenge to make her feel as powerless as he once did. That moment marked the emotional turning point that led to his first murders. Bundy's killing spree began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women began vanishing from college campuses, many last seen speaking with a well-dressed man named Ted, often with an arm in a sling or leg in a cast. He used fake injuries to appear harmless and elicit sympathy, then lured victims into his car, a beige Volkswagen Beetle that would later become infamous. Once inside, his victims were struck unconscious with a crowbar, handcuffed, and driven to remote locations where he would rape and murder them. Bundy's method was disturbingly calculated, the performance of helplessness masking predation. By mid-1974, police in Seattle, Washington and Salt Lake City, Utah were struggling to connect the disappearances. Victims included Linda Ann Healy, Janice Ott, Denise Naslund, and Jorgan Hawkins, among many others. Witnesses consistently described a handsome man with dark hair and an air of confidence. He was so average-looking, so unthreatening, that even when police publicly released the name Ted, people who knew him dismissed the idea that he could be the killer. Ted Bundy had built a perfect disguise, his normalcy. As his murders spread to Colorado and Utah, Bundy's arrogance grew. He relished outsmarting police, often reading about his own crimes in the newspapers and analyzing the investigation. He even attended law school, believing his legal training would help him manipulate the system. But his ego also made him reckless. In August 1975, a police officer pulled him over for suspicious behavior. Inside his car were handcuffs, rope, an ice pick, and a ski mask, a killer's toolkit. Though initially released, investigators soon linked him to several abductions. Bundy was arrested and eventually convicted of kidnapping Carol Daronch, a woman who had narrowly escaped his attack. While awaiting trial, he escaped from jail twice, feats that solidified his infamy. During his second escape in December 1977, he fled to Florida, where his murders reached their most horrific stage. In the early hours of January 15, 1978, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University. In less than 15 minutes, he brutally bludgeoned and strangled Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman, severely beating two others who miraculously survived. The scene was one of pure savagery, a sudden eruption of violence that shocked even seasoned detectives. A few weeks later, Bundy kidnapped and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, his youngest victim. His rampage ended on February 15, 1978, when police stopped him driving a stolen car. This time, there was no escape. As his trial began, Bundy transformed the courtroom into a stage, acting as his own lawyer and relishing the attention. He cross-examined witnesses, smiled for cameras, and flirted with reporters, the image of arrogance and control. The prosecution, however, had overwhelming evidence: bite marks, eyewitnesses, and forensic links. Bundy was convicted and sentenced to death in 1979. Even on death row, Bundy continued to manipulate. He proposed marriage to Carol Ann Boone in court, fathered a child while imprisoned, and gave countless interviews portraying himself as a misunderstood intellectual. But as his execution date approached, he began confessing to dozens of murders. Sometimes, in chillingly casual tones, he admitted to killing over 30 women, though experts believe the true number may be much higher. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside, crowds cheered and chanted, "Burn, Bundy, burn!" The moment symbolized America's relief, not just at the death of a killer, but at the destruction of the illusion he represented. Bundy's story remains terrifying precisely because of how ordinary he seemed. He didn't fit the stereotype of a monster. He was handsome, articulate, and intelligent, a man who could have succeeded in any career he chose. Yet, beneath that surface lay a bottomless void. No empathy, no conscience, only the hunger for domination. His murders weren't impulsive acts of rage, but performances of control, the ultimate assertion of power over life and death. Psychologists studying Bundy have labeled him the textbook psychopath, manipulative, charming, devoid of remorse. He craved attention as much as he craved blood. His victims were mirrors of his insecurity, intelligent, independent young women who symbolized everything he couldn't control. Killing them became his way of erasing rejection, of rewriting his own failures through violence. The legacy of Ted Bundy continues to shape criminology, media, and public perception of evil. He forced society to confront a chilling truth, that killers don't always look like monsters. They can smile, they can seduce, they can hold the door open for you. Bundy's life and crimes shattered the illusion of safety that appearance provides. His name has since become synonymous with deception, a warning that evil often wears a handsome face. To study Bundy is to stare into a mirror reflecting the darkest capabilities of human nature. Beneath the charm lies rot, beneath the smile lies death, and beneath the myth of the all-American man lies the true horror of Ted Bundy, the killer who made America realize that the devil doesn't always wear horns. Sometimes he wears a suit and smiles. In the long, dark history of American serial killers, few names evoke pure horror like Jeffrey Dahmer. His crimes were not just murders, they were acts of depravity that challenged the boundaries of humanity itself. When police entered Dahmer's apartment on July 22, 1991, they found a nightmare unlike anything they'd ever seen. Dismembered bodies, preserved skulls, human organs stored in the refrigerator, and photographic evidence of every atrocity he had committed. It was the home of a man who had descended fully into madness, a man whose outward quietness hid a hunger for control, power, and possession beyond imagination. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. His childhood was, by all appearances, unremarkable, yet early signs of darkness lingered. His father, Lionel, was a research chemist, and his mother, Joyce, suffered from severe anxiety and depression. Their volatile marriage left young Jeffrey isolated and neglected, quietly absorbing the tension that filled the household. Even as a child, Dahmer showed disturbing fascinations, collecting animal bones, dissecting small creatures, and keeping roadkill in jars. While his father saw it as scientific curiosity, it was the first glimpse into an obsession with death and the human body that would later explode into violence. At school, Dahmer was shy, awkward, and socially distant. He began drinking heavily as a teenager, often showing up to class drunk. He found himself consumed by dark fantasies, fixations on male torsos, control, and the idea of preserving beauty forever. By age 18, those fantasies had matured into something far more sinister. In June 1978, just weeks after graduating high school, Dahmer picked up his first victim, Stephen Hicks, a hitchhiker he met near his home. After bringing Hicks back to his house for drinks, Dahmer bludgeoned him to death with a dumbbell and dismembered the body. He scattered the remains in the woods behind his home, marking the beginning of a killing spree that would span over a decade. After his first murder, Dahmer tried to suppress his urges. He attended Ohio State University, then enlisted in the U.S. Army, where his alcoholism got him discharged. He returned to civilian life adrift, unable to maintain jobs or relationships. For a brief time, Dahmer tried to live normally, moving in with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin, who offered the stability he lacked. But even there, the darkness persisted. He was arrested for indecent exposure, then for drugging and fondling a young boy in 1988. The justice system gave him leniency, a mistake that would cost many lives. By the late 1980s, Dahmer had perfected a horrifying pattern. He would frequent gay bars and bathhouses in Milwaukee, charming or offering money to young men, often black or Asian, before luring them back to his apartment. Once there, he drugged them, strangled them, and performed unspeakable acts on their bodies. He photographed every step, preserving their images as trophies. His apartment at 924 North 25th Street became a mausoleum of his crimes. One of Dahmer's most chilling rituals was his desire to turn his victims into living zombies. He drilled holes into their skulls and injected acid or boiling water in a twisted attempt to create compliant partners, human puppets who would never leave him. None survived. It was an attempt not just to kill, but to possess, to control another person completely, body and soul. In his mind, death was the only way to guarantee love and loyalty. Between 1987 and 1991, Dahmer killed 17 young men, most of them marginalized by society, runaways, immigrants, and the poor. He dismembered their bodies, kept skulls and bones as souvenirs, and even cannibalized parts of his victims. He later claimed eating them made him feel like they were part of him forever, a grotesque attempt to fill the emotional void that had consumed his life. His refrigerator contained human hearts, a head in the freezer, and muscle tissue he planned to eat later. The discovery turned his name into a symbol of modern horror. The police had several chances to stop him. The most infamous failure occurred in May 1991, when a young Lothian boy named Conorak Synthasomphone escaped Dahmer's apartment, naked and bleeding. Neighbors called 911, but when officers arrived, Dahmer calmly explained that the boy was his 19-year-old lover who had simply drunk too much. Despite clear signs of abuse, police believed Dahmer and returned the boy to his apartment, where he was murdered minutes later. The officers left laughing, never realizing they had handed a victim back to a serial killer. The incident remains one of the most tragic examples of systemic negligence in criminal history. 2 months later, Dahmer's luck finally ran out. On July 22, 1991, he invited Tracy Edwards to his apartment. But this time, the plan failed. When Dahmer tried to handcuff Edwards, he resisted and managed to escape, flagging down 2 police officers. When they followed him back to the apartment, What they found would scar them forever. Photographs of dismembered bodies, human remains in the fridge, and a vat of acid containing decomposing flesh painted a picture so gruesome that many officers required therapy afterward. The media dubbed Dahmer the Milwaukee Cannibal. During his trial, Dahmer's demeanor shocked the public. He spoke calmly, even politely, describing his acts in clinical detail. His defense attempted to plead insanity, arguing that no sane man could commit such acts. But psychiatrists concluded that Dahmer was legally sane, aware of his crimes and capable of choice. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms without parole. In prison, Dahmer expressed remorse, claiming religion had brought him peace, though many doubted his sincerity. His fellow inmates viewed him with disgust and fascination. Some said he mocked guards and fellow prisoners by shaping food into limbs or splashing fake blood on himself, a sign that perhaps his remorse was as hollow as his stare. On November 28, 1994, Jeffrey Dahmer's life ended violently. He was beaten to death by fellow inmate Christopher Scarver while cleaning a bathroom at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Wisconsin. Scarver later claimed he killed Dahmer because he mocked religion and made light of his crimes. Dahmer's death brought a grim satisfaction to a horrified nation, a sense that justice, however delayed, had finally been delivered. Even decades later, Dahmer's story continues to haunt America. His crimes exposed failures in law enforcement, systemic racism, and societal ignorance of marginalized communities. Most of his victims were young men of color, whose disappearances received little media attention until Dahmer's capture forced the world to see what had been ignored. His murders were not only a personal descent into madness, they were a mirror reflecting the neglect and bias of the system meant to protect the vulnerable. Psychologists studying Dahmer describe him as a paradox. He was intelligent, yet deeply broken, capable of empathy, yet consumed by loneliness. His necrophilia and cannibalism weren't driven solely by sexual desire, but by a pathological fear of abandonment. In his twisted logic, consuming his victims ensured they could never leave him. It was love transformed into horror, affection corrupted into annihilation. Dahmer's name has since become shorthand for human monstrosity. His crimes spawned documentaries, films, and renewed discussions about mental illness, criminal psychology, and the fragility of moral restraint. But perhaps the most disturbing truth about Jeffrey Dahmer is that he appeared ordinary. His neighbors knew him as quiet and polite. He held a job at a chocolate factory. He waved to people in the hallway. Evil, as Dahmer proved, doesn't always scream. It whispers through the mundane. In the end, Jeffrey Dahmer's story is not just about murder. It's about obsession, neglect, and the terrifying depths of human loneliness. He was a man who sought intimacy and instead created isolation so absolute that he became a god in his own kingdom of death. His victims, young, hopeful, and forgotten, are the true names that should never be lost. Their lives, more than Dahmer's horror, must be what we remember. In the shadowy world of American serial killers, few were as chillingly organized, or as ordinary, as Dennis Rader, the self-proclaimed BTK killer, an acronym he invented himself: bind, torture, kill. Unlike the impulsive maniacs who left chaos in their wake, Rader was meticulous, deliberate, and disturbingly self-aware. He wasn't just a murderer. He was a man who planned his crimes with bureaucratic precision, taking pleasure in the control and fear he inflicted. For 3 decades, he lived as a model citizen in Wichita, Kansas, while secretly orchestrating one of the most sadistic series of murders in American history. Born on March 9, 1945 in Pittsburgh, Kansas, Dennis Lynn Rader appeared to have a typical Midwestern upbringing. His father was a service manager for the Kansas Gas and Electric Company, often absent due to work, and his mother worked long hours to support their 4 sons. Rader would later claim that this emotional neglect fueled his early fantasies of power and domination. As a child, he began exhibiting what psychologists call the McDonald triad, a pattern often associated with violent offenders, cruelty to animals, arson, and compulsive lying. He admitted to killing small animals and secretly fantasizing about bondage and control long before his first murder. By the time Rader entered adulthood, his facade of normalcy was fully developed. He served in the U.S. Air Force, earned a degree in criminal justice, and married Paula Dietz in 1971. Together they raised 2 children in a quiet suburban neighborhood. He became an active member of his church, served as a Boy Scout leader, and even worked as a compliance officer for the city of Park City, where he enforced minor ordinances with strict precision. Neighbors described him as polite, perhaps overly rule-bound, but certainly harmless. Beneath that suburban calm, however, Rader's fantasies of control were growing darker, and he was preparing to act on them. His first murders took place on January 15, 1974, in one of Wichita's most horrifying crimes. Rader broke into the home of Joseph and Julie Otero, a couple living with their 2 children, Joseph Jr., 9, and Josephine, 11. He tied them up one by one, strangling them slowly while describing every moment in detail. The killings were clinical, detached, and rehearsed. He later told police that Josephine's death was the most satisfying, revealing his disturbing sexual fascination with bondage and control. Before leaving, he masturbated at the crime scene, leaving his semen as a calling card, a detail that would later link him to future murders. For months, Wichita police had no leads. The community was paralyzed by fear, locking doors and avoiding strangers. Then, Rader made his move, not to kill, but to taunt. He sent a letter to a local newspaper claiming responsibility for the Otero murders. In the note, he described every gruesome detail that only the killer could know and signed it BTK, bind, torture, kill. It was the birth of his persona, a blend of arrogance and craving for recognition. Rader wanted not only to kill, but to be known for killing. The terror that gripped Wichita was, for him, proof of his power. Over the next decade, Rader continued his murders sporadically, always choosing victims carefully. His second confirmed victim, Catherine Bright, was murdered in April 1974. He stabbed her repeatedly after binding her and her brother Kevin, who barely survived the attack. Then followed Shirley Vian in 1977, Nancy Fox in 1977, and later Maureen Hedge in 1985. Each killing followed a ritual pattern, staking out the victim, breaking into their home, restraining them, and taking trophies after the murder. These trophies, photographs, underwear, jewelry, were his way of reliving the crimes. Rader later called his fantasies projects, as if each murder were an assignment in a grotesque portfolio of control. Between 1979 and 1985, the killings seemed to stop. BTK vanished, leaving detectives puzzled. Many believed the killer had died, been imprisoned, or moved away. But in reality, Rader was still in Wichita, raising his family, attending church, and climbing the ranks of his local congregation, eventually becoming president of the church council. He wrote sermons about faith, led youth groups, and presented himself as a paragon of morality. To his co-workers, he was a stickler for detail, sometimes petty, but always dependable. No one could have imagined that this same man was secretly dressing in women's underwear, photographing himself bound and gagged in grotesque poses and keeping meticulous notes about his past and future murders. Rader's need for recognition eventually returned. In 1988, he sent another letter to police, reminding them that he was still alive. The taunting escalated in 2004 when Wichita news outlets began speculating that BTK might be dead or a myth. That wounded his ego. He needed the world to remember him. So, after nearly 2 decades of silence, Dennis Rader re-emerged. He began sending packages to television stations and newspapers again, letters, photographs, and even items from crime scenes. In one package, he included a computer floppy disk, assuming police couldn't trace it. It was his fatal mistake. Forensic experts quickly recovered deleted metadata from the disk, revealing it had been used at Christ Lutheran Church, where Rader worked, and registered under his own name. The trail led directly to him. On February 25, 2005, police pulled Rader over while driving his black Jeep Cherokee. When they told him he was under arrest for the BTK murders, he reportedly sighed and said, "Oh, I guess you got me." The man who had terrorized Wichita for 30 years confessed in excruciating detail, describing each murder as though it were a technical report. His calm, matter-of-fact tone stunned investigators. There was no remorse, only pride in his precision. Rader saw himself as an artist of death, his victims the canvas on which he painted control and submission. During his confession, Rader detailed the planning behind every killing. He called his victims projects and admitted that he had a hit kit, a box of tools he used for bondage, strangulation, and cleanup. He also revealed that his fantasies began long before his first murder, often imagining himself as both killer and victim in elaborate self-bondage scenarios. These rituals gave him what he called the spark, the dark energy that fueled his need to dominate. Even when he wasn't killing, he fed his obsession by documenting his crimes in journals, sketching crime scenes, and creating what he called BTK files. It was a bureaucratic monster cataloguing his own evil. Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder in 2005. During sentencing, he gave a cold, emotionless recounting of each murder, as if he were narrating a routine task. The victims' families sat in horror as he described how he bound, strangled, and posed their loved ones. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences, effectively ensuring he would die behind bars. He remains imprisoned at El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he spends most of his time in isolation, still writing letters and occasionally corresponding with criminologists fascinated by his psychology. The BTK case is one of the most disturbing examples of duality in modern criminal history. Rader was not the typical drifter or loner. He was a family man, a church leader, and a community volunteer. His ability to compartmentalize, living as both a predator and a suburban citizen, challenged everything society believed about what a killer looks like. It forced investigators and psychologists alike to confront the terrifying reality that true evil can exist in plain sight. What made Rader particularly haunting was his need for attention. Unlike killers motivated by impulse, Rader craved acknowledgement. His murders were performance art for an audience of one, the media, the police, and himself. Every message he sent, every letter he wrote, was a bid for immortality. Even in prison, he relishes his identity as BTK. It's not a name he hides from. It's a brand he built, one that ensures he will never be forgotten. In the end, Dennis Rader's story serves as a brutal reminder that monstrosity often wears a mask of normalcy. Behind the neat lawn, the church suit, and the family photos was a man who spent decades binding, torturing, and killing innocent people for pleasure, and then going home to dinner with his wife and children. BTK was not just a killer. He was a symbol of the darkness that can thrive under the illusion of order. His legacy continues to unsettle the world, proof that sometimes the scariest monsters are not lurking in the shadows, but sitting right next to you, smiling politely, waiting for their next project. Among America's most chilling murderers, few combined brutality and professionalism like Richard Kuklinski, known infamously as the Iceman. A towering figure at 6 feet 5 inches and over 270 pounds, Kuklinski was no impulsive killer. He was a cold, methodical hitman who turned murder into a career. What made him truly disturbing wasn't only the sheer number of people he claimed to have killed, over 100 by his own count, but the complete absence of emotion he displayed while doing it. To him, killing was a business, a skill, a way to survive and thrive in the criminal underworld of New Jersey and New York. Richard Leonard Kuklinski was born on April 11, 1935, in Jersey City, New Jersey, into a violent and abusive household. His father, Stanley Kuklinski, was a brutal alcoholic who frequently beat his wife and children. His mother, Anna, was a devout Catholic who countered her husband's fists with her own kind of cruelty: strict discipline, constant humiliation, and religious guilt. By the age of 10, Richard had learned that pain was power. When his older brother Florian was beaten to death by their father, the family covered it up, calling it an accident. That secret taught Richard an early, poisonous lesson. Violence can be hidden if you control the story. As a boy, Richard was withdrawn, bullied, and prone to fits of rage. He spent hours in the streets of Jersey City, torturing stray animals and imagining revenge against anyone who wronged him. By the time he was a teenager, his violence had escalated. In one of his earliest known killings, he beat a local bully to death with a wooden pole, dumped the body, and never looked back. The experience thrilled him. It gave him a rush, a sense of control he had never felt at home. He realized killing wasn't something to fear, it was something he could master. In the 1950s, Kuklinski began working at a warehouse in Hoboken, but his real income came from small-time crime, pirating pornographic films, stealing cars, and working for local mobsters. His brutal efficiency soon caught the attention of Roy DeMeo, a ruthless member of the Gambino crime family. DeMeo tested Kuklinski's reliability by handing him a gun and ordering him to kill a random man walking down the street. Without hesitation, Richard pulled the trigger. That act marked his initiation into the world of professional murder. For the next 2 decades, Kuklinski became one of the most feared hitmen in the New York, New Jersey mob scene. He killed for the Gambinos, the Genovese, and other families, using methods that ranged from shootings and stabbings to poisonings and strangulations. His reputation was built on efficiency and discretion. He could make people disappear without a trace. He often froze his victims' bodies in industrial freezers before disposing of them, confusing the time of death and earning him his moniker, the Iceman. To the outside world, however, Richard was a devoted husband and father. In 1961, he married Barbara Pedrici, a woman who knew nothing of his double life. They settled in suburban Dumont, New Jersey, where they raised 3 children, Merrick, Kristen, and Dwayne. Neighbors described the Kuklinskis as an ordinary family. Richard was quiet but friendly, often seen washing his car or hosting barbecues. His family went on vacations, attended church, and took Christmas photos. Beneath that facade, however, he led a life of unimaginable violence. When Barbara later spoke about her marriage, she described Richard as two people in one body. At home, he could be loving one moment and explosively violent the next. He beat her severely, once breaking her nose for making dinner late. Yet, even in his rage, he maintained control. He was careful never to leave visible marks on his children and made sure his family looked perfect to outsiders. He wanted to be feared, but also respected. This duality defined him, the family man and the killer, coexisting uneasily within the same shell. What made Kuklinski's story especially terrifying was his emotional emptiness. He spoke about killing as casually as others talk about the weather. He didn't see himself as evil, just efficient. "If I had to kill somebody," he once said in an interview, "I did it right away. If I didn't, I'd be thinking about it all day." It's better to get it over with. His methods were as varied as they were creative. He shot, stabbed, bludgeoned, poisoned, and even used cyanide spray to suffocate victims. He sometimes practiced on homeless people just to perfect new techniques. Kuklinski's connection to organized crime deepened through the DeMeo crew, infamous for their dismemberments and butcher shop killings. He learned how to dissolve bodies in acid, feed them to rats, and stage accidental deaths. But Richard wasn't content being just a hired gun. He began freelancing, taking on independent contracts for anyone willing to pay. This made him dangerous even to the mob. He didn't play by their rules. When Roy DeMeo was murdered by his own associates in 1983, Kuklinski lost his primary employer, but continued killing for personal profit. By the late 1980s, law enforcement had begun connecting dots between unsolved murders in New Jersey and New York. Several small-time criminals who had dealings with Kuklinski ended up dead. The New Jersey State Police, led by Pat Kane, began building a case. They suspected Kuklinski, but lacked evidence. His reputation for leaving no trace was legendary. Detectives decided to use an undercover agent, Dominic Polifrone, posing as a mafia associate interested in hiring Kuklinski for a hit. Polifrone spent months gaining Kuklinski's trust. The killer bragged freely, describing in detail how he used cyanide and other poisons to kill quickly and silently. In 1986, the trap was set. Polifrone arranged a fake hit, and Kuklinski supplied the cyanide himself. Hidden cameras captured every word. When police moved in to arrest him, Kuklinski offered no resistance. "I'm not feeling too good about this," he muttered, knowing the game was over. During interrogation, Kuklinski initially denied everything, but when confronted with the recordings, he began to talk, coldly, matter-of-factly. He admitted to multiple murders, some for money, others for revenge. He described one victim who begged for mercy, saying he'd change his life if spared. Kuklinski calmly told him he had no life left to change. When asked how he could kill so easily, Richard simply replied, "It's just business." Prosecutors charged Kuklinski with 5 counts of murder, though investigators suspected his real number was far higher, possibly over 200 victims. He was convicted in 1988 and sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in prison. Years later, he pled guilty to 2 additional murders, extending his sentence indefinitely. He spent the rest of his life behind bars at the Trenton State Prison in New Jersey. In prison, Kuklinski became a dark fascination for criminologists and journalists. HBO's The Iceman tapes documentaries, released in the early 1990s, offered an unfiltered look into his mind. Sitting calmly in his cell, Kuklinski spoke about his crimes with chilling detachment. He described killing as a skill, a trade he perfected. "Do I have any feelings?" "Yes," he said. "I feel sometimes like I'm a mistake." His words carried no remorse, only curiosity about his own nature. Psychologists who studied him labeled him a sociopath with antisocial personality disorder. He lacked empathy, guilt, or emotional connection. Yet, paradoxically, he claimed to love his wife and children deeply. That contradiction, loving father, remorseless killer, makes his story one of the most disturbing in modern criminal history. His family only learned the full extent of his crimes after his arrest, when his daughter said she finally understood why the house always felt cold. In 2006, Richard Kuklinski died in prison at the age of 70, reportedly from cardiac arrest. Some believe his death was hastened, possibly by poison, to prevent him from testifying against a former mob associate. Even in death, the mystery around him lingered. How many did he really kill? Which of his confessions were true, and which were boasts? Some investigators believe he exaggerated his tally, but all agree on one thing: he enjoyed killing far too much to ever stop voluntarily. Kuklinski's legacy endures as a study in contradictions, a man capable of monstrous acts who still saw himself as a devoted father. He once said, "I'm not the devil. I'm just another guy who did bad things." Yet his actions paint a different picture, one of a man whose soul froze long before his victims did. To this day, his story remains one of the most unsettling in America's annals of murder, a chilling reminder that beneath the surface of ordinary life, pure evil can wear a human face. Among America's serial killers, Edmund Emil Kemper III stands apart, not just for his brutal crimes, but for his intelligence, eerie composure, and the unnerving way he analyzed himself. Standing 6 feet, 9 inches tall and weighing nearly 300 pounds, he was both physically imposing and intellectually sharp, boasting an IQ of 145. But behind that sharp mind lay a man twisted by hatred, rejection, and an obsessive need for control. Known as the co-ed killer, Kemper murdered 10 people, including his grandparents and his own mother, between 1964 and 1973. His story exposes a mind where logic and horror intertwine, creating one of the most psychologically disturbing killers in American history. Kemper was born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California, to Clarnell and Edmund Kemper II. From early childhood, his family life was a cauldron of dysfunction. His father, a World War II veteran, left when Edmund was 9, unable to handle Clarnell's volatile temper. His mother was emotionally abusive, constantly belittling her son, calling him worthless, and telling him no woman would ever love him. She forced him to sleep in a locked basement, fearing he might harm his sisters. This rejection planted the seeds of rage and resentment that would define his later crimes. "My mother and I started out as enemies," he would later say, "and we never stopped." Even as a child, Kemper's behavior was alarming. He decapitated his sister's dolls, buried the family cat alive, and later exhumed it to mount its head on a stick. By age 14, he had already developed violent fantasies involving power, death, and domination. The violence escalated in 1964, when at age 15, he shot and killed both his grandparents. His explanation was chillingly simple: "I just wanted to see what it felt like." When police arrested him, he showed no remorse. His mother later said, "He killed my parents just to spite me." The court declared him criminally insane and sent him to the Atascadero State Hospital for the criminally insane. At Atascadero, doctors discovered Kemper's intelligence. He quickly became one of their most trusted patients, even assisting psychiatrists in administering psychological tests to other inmates. Ironically, he learned how to manipulate psychological evaluations, insight he would later use to his advantage. In 1969, At the age of 21, he was released and declared rehabilitated. Against the recommendation of several psychiatrists, he was placed under the care of his mother, Clarnell, who was now working at California State University, Fresno. It was the worst possible reunion, fueling the rage that would soon erupt into one of America's most gruesome killing sprees. Kemper struggled to reintegrate into society. Despite his intelligence, he was socially awkward, unable to maintain relationships or hold steady employment. He spent nights at bars frequented by police officers, earning the nickname Big Ed for his size and easy conversation. They had no idea the man sharing beers with them would soon become one of the most prolific killers in California's history. Between 1972 and 1973, Kemper began picking up female hitchhikers near the university. His first victims were Mary Ann Pesci and Anita Lucchesa, two students he picked up near Berkeley. He drove them to a remote area, handcuffed one, and strangled them both before stabbing them to death. He took their bodies to his mother's home, where he dismembered them and buried their heads in the backyard. When asked why, he said, "My mother always wanted people to look up to her. I put her there so they would." That dark sarcasm reflected his deep hatred and twisted humor, a way to justify his violence. Kemper's killings continued with increasing brutality. He murdered Aiko Koo, a 15-year-old ballet dancer, followed by Cindy Shaw, Rosalind Thorpe, and Alison Liu. His pattern became ritualistic. He would lure women into his car, drive them to isolated areas, kill them, and engage in necrophilic acts with their corpses before dismembering them. He photographed the bodies, keeping souvenirs as trophies. His ability to act normal in daily life, chatting with police, living with his mother, made him even more terrifying. He was the embodiment of a hidden predator. But beneath his violent urges was a singular focus: his mother. Clarnell remained his emotional prison, constantly mocking him for being a failure. Their relationship deteriorated until one night in April 1973, after years of festering resentment, Kemper finally turned his rage toward the source of it all. Waiting for her to fall asleep, he took a claw hammer and struck her repeatedly before slitting her throat. Then, in one of the most grotesque acts in American criminal history, he decapitated her, performed unspeakable acts with her head, and placed it on a shelf, yelling at it for hours. He later cut out her vocal cords and threw them into the garbage disposal, saying, "That seemed appropriate. She always wanted to have the last word." After killing his mother, Kemper murdered her best friend, Sally Hallett, to create a diversion and confuse police. He then fled to Pueblo, Colorado, where, overcome by guilt, or perhaps a need for recognition, he called the police and confessed. The officers thought he was joking. After all, Big Ed was known as a friendly guy. Only when he calmly listed the names and details of his victims did they realize the horror was real. When they arrested him, he reportedly said, "The original purpose was gone." It wasn't serving any physical or real emotional purpose. It became just a pure waste of time. In 1973, Kemper was charged with 8 counts of first-degree murder. He waived his right to a jury trial, insisting on pleading guilty. During his trial, he displayed chilling composure, calmly recounting his crimes in excruciating detail. When asked why he turned himself in, he said, "The last thing I wanted to do was hurt my mother, and yet I killed her. I had to stop." The court found him sane but guilty, sentencing him to 8 life sentences, all to be served consecutively at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville. In prison, Kemper has remained a model inmate, cooperative, articulate, and even helpful. He recorded audiobooks for the blind and participated in psychiatric interviews that have become central to criminal psychology studies. His insights into his own mind have fascinated experts. "I'm not a lizard person. I'm not from another planet. I'm a human being with a mind that worked differently." He has expressed remorse, but many believe it's intellectual rather than emotional, an understanding of guilt, not a feeling of it. Psychiatrists classify Kemper as a classic organized killer, intelligent, methodical, and controlled. His crimes were not chaotic acts of rage, but carefully planned operations rooted in deep psychological trauma. The contrast between his intelligence and his violence makes him one of the most unsettling figures in the history of criminology. He was capable of analyzing his pathology in clinical terms, understanding exactly what made him a monster, but never finding a way to stop it. To this day, Kemper remains incarcerated, having been denied parole multiple times. When asked if he deserved freedom, he replied, "Society's not ready for me, and I'm not ready for society." That chilling self-awareness is part of what makes him so disturbing. He sees himself as both victim and executioner, intelligent enough to comprehend his evil, yet powerless to change it. The story of Edmund Kemper is not just one of violence, but of psychological dissection. It reveals how deep-seated childhood trauma can twist intelligence into horror, and how a human mind can turn its capacity for reasoning into a tool for murder. He stands as a grim warning that the most terrifying monsters often understand exactly what they are. Of all American serial killers, Gary Leon Ridgway, known infamously as the Green River Killer, holds one of the darkest records in modern history. Convicted of 49 murders, but suspected of killing over 70 women, Ridgway's crimes spanned decades, turning the region around Seattle, Washington, into his personal hunting ground. His story is one of terrifying duality. A man who appeared mild-mannered, religious, and hard-working, yet was secretly one of the most prolific murderers the United States has ever known. Born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah, Ridgway grew up in a deeply dysfunctional household. His father was a bus driver with an explosive temper who often complained about sex workers he encountered along his route, unknowingly planting a fixation in his son's mind. His mother, Mary, was controlling, obsessive, and manipulative, known for bathing Gary well into his teenage years, even after he reached puberty. Ridgway later admitted that those experiences created feelings of shame and confusion that fused sexuality and anger within his psyche. From an early age, Ridgway exhibited disturbing behavioral signs. At the age of 16, he lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him in the ribs. Miraculously, the child survived. Ridgway later said, "I wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone." That moment foreshadowed the decades of horror to come. Despite his violent tendencies, he graduated from high school, joined the Navy, and served in Vietnam, where he frequented sex workers, a habit that would later tie directly into his choice of victims. When he returned home, Ridgway married young but quickly divorced. Over the years, he married 3 times, maintaining an image of a quiet, working-class man. He worked as a truck painter at the Kenworth Truck Company for nearly 30 years, never missing a shift. To his co-workers, Gary was polite, dependable, and unremarkable. Yet beneath that ordinary exterior, he harbored uncontrollable rage toward women, especially those he saw as immoral or disposable. His religious zeal only deepened the hypocrisy. He would attend church every Sunday, sing hymns loudly, and even hand out pamphlets about repentance to prostitutes, some of whom he would later murder. Ridgway's killing spree began in 1982, when the bodies of several young women were discovered near the Green River in Washington state. Most were sex workers or runaways who had disappeared from the Seattle-Tacoma area. Investigators initially believed they were dealing with multiple killers because of the varying dump sites and methods, but soon a horrifying pattern emerged. The victims were all strangled, many with their own clothing, and their bodies were left in clusters, often posed or dumped in wooded areas near the Green River. Some were found with rocks inserted into their bodies, suggesting both rage and ritual. Ridgway would later confess that he often returned to the dump sites to engage in necrophilia with the corpses until they decomposed beyond recognition. "It was my way of keeping them mine," he told investigators. He said he stopped only when the stench became unbearable. His meticulous nature made him difficult to catch. He avoided leaving fingerprints or DNA and carefully chose victims from vulnerable populations that society often overlooked. Throughout the 1980s, police launched one of the largest serial murder investigations in American history. The Green River Task Force interviewed hundreds of suspects, collected thousands of pieces of evidence, and chased countless leads. Among the suspects was Gary Ridgway himself. His name appeared multiple times in reports due to his connection with several missing women. In 1983, he even passed a polygraph test, which allowed him to slip through the cracks. Ironically, Ridgway had been questioned by Detective Dave Reichert, who would later become the sheriff responsible for bringing him down. In a strange twist, the FBI enlisted another infamous serial killer, Ted Bundy, to help profile the Green River Killer. Bundy, who was then on death row in Florida, correctly predicted that the killer likely revisited his victims and might even keep trophies from the crime scenes. He warned investigators that the murderer probably looked ordinary, someone they'd never suspect. Bundy's chillingly accurate assessment would later prove true. By the 1990s, DNA technology had improved, but the Green River case had gone cold. Ridgway continued to live quietly in a suburban home, working his job and maintaining a seemingly stable marriage. His neighbors described him as kind and helpful, often mowing lawns and attending barbecues. No one could have guessed that he was the monster who had terrorized Washington for nearly 2 decades. In 2001, a forensic breakthrough changed everything. DNA collected from several victims in the 1980s was retested with modern technology, revealing a match to Gary Ridgway. Detectives arrested him outside his workplace on November 30, 2001, ending one of the longest and most haunting manhunts in American history. When confronted with the evidence, Ridgway initially denied involvement, but eventually confessed in chilling, emotionless detail. During interrogation, Ridgway described how he would pick up women along Pacific Highway South, gain their trust by promising money or safety, and then strangle them, sometimes during sex, sometimes afterward. He said, "I killed so many women I can't remember all their names." His motive was as twisted as it was simple. He wanted control. "I hated most of them," he told investigators. "I didn't want to pay them, and I didn't want them to tell anyone." He saw himself as doing society a favor by killing prostitutes, a delusion that revealed his warped moral compass. The scope of his confession shocked even seasoned investigators. Ridgway described killing women as routine, something he planned his weekends around. He used his work as a truck painter to dispose of bodies along his routes, often dumping multiple victims in the same area. Some sites were so remote that victims weren't discovered for years. When asked how he managed to live a normal life while committing such atrocities, Ridgway replied, "I didn't see them as people. They were things to be used and thrown away." To avoid the death penalty, Ridgway agreed to a plea bargain in 2003, confessing to 48 murders and providing locations of undiscovered bodies in exchange for life imprisonment. His cooperation helped bring closure to dozens of families, though many believed he deserved execution. The judge sentenced him to 48 consecutive life sentences without parole, calling him an evil that defies understanding. Years later, investigators would confirm additional murders, bringing his confirmed total to 49, though Ridgway himself hinted the number could be over 70, maybe 80. Inside prison, Ridgway has remained eerily calm, often reading the Bible and claiming to have found God. But many see this as another act of manipulation, a man incapable of empathy pretending at redemption. Even behind bars, he maintains the same blank, emotionless stare that haunted detectives during his confession. Psychologists describe him as a pathological liar with antisocial personality disorder, capable of mimicking normalcy without ever feeling it. Gary Ridgway's story is particularly disturbing because of how ordinary he seemed. He wasn't a drifter, a madman, or a recluse. He was a neighbor, a husband, a co-worker. His ability to maintain the facade of normal life while murdering dozens of women over 2 decades makes him one of the most chilling examples of hidden evil in American history. His crimes also exposed systemic flaws, how vulnerable women were often ignored or dismissed until their deaths forced the world to pay attention. The Green River Killer's legacy is one of horror and reflection. He turned an entire region into a graveyard, preying on society's forgotten, and showed how easily evil can hide behind a smile. Even today, detectives continue to uncover remains linked to him, ensuring that his name will forever remain synonymous with the word monster. In the quiet suburb of Park City, Kansas, a man lived what appeared to be a normal middle-class life. He worked as a compliance officer, attended church regularly, served as president of his congregation, and raised 2 children with his wife. But behind that mask of civility was one of America's most methodical and sadistic serial killers. Dennis Lynn Rader, better known by the chilling acronym he gave himself, BTK, which stood for Bind, Torture, Kill. Rader's crimes spanned from 1974 to 1991, a reign of terror that left 10 known victims dead and an entire community haunted by fear. What made his story especially disturbing was not just the brutality of his murders, but his craving for recognition. He wanted to be famous for his evil, to be feared and remembered as a criminal mastermind. His arrogance, ultimately, would lead to his downfall. Born on March 9, 1945 in Pittsburgh, Kansas, Rader was the eldest of 4 brothers. From the outside, his family life seemed stable, but within him something dark was growing. He later admitted that as a child, he fantasized about binding and controlling women. He also tortured animals, a classic sign of psychopathy, and developed an early fascination with bondage and asphyxiation. Rader himself once said, "I had these fantasies for years. They were like a monster inside me, and I couldn't control it." After high school, Rader attended Kansas Wesleyan University, dropped out, then enlisted in the U.S. Air Force, serving from 1966 to 1970. His military career was uneventful, and he later married Paula Dietz in 1971. To outsiders, they were the picture of a wholesome American couple. Rader worked for ADT Security, ironically installing home alarm systems, often for people terrified of the BTK killer. He also took on a position as a church leader and Boy Scout volunteer, deepening his image as a family man devoted to God and community. But beneath this veneer, His sadistic fantasies continued to escalate until, in 1974, he decided to act on them. His first murders were the Otero family killings, which shocked Wichita and marked the birth of BTK's reign. On January 15, 1974, Rader broke into the home of Joseph and Julie Otero, where he strangled the couple and two of their children, Joseph Jr., 9, and Josie, 11. The scene was gruesome and personal. Rader bound each victim, carefully controlling their deaths as he watched them suffer. He later admitted that young Josie was his primary target. He photographed her dead body in disturbing poses after killing her. Weeks later, the police received a typewritten letter confessing to the murders. The writer described in detail how he had bound, tortured, and killed the Oteros. He demanded the police give him a name, something that would immortalize his work. He suggested BTK, an acronym he coined himself. The arrogance was unmistakable. BTK didn't just want to kill, he wanted credit. Over the next several years, Rader continued to kill sporadically. His victims included Catherine Bright, 1974, Shirley Vian, 1977, Nancy Fox, 1977, and later Maureen Hedge, 1985, among others. Each crime followed a ritualistic pattern. Rader stalked his victims for weeks, learning their routines, drawing sketches, and preparing hit kits that included ropes, tape, and bindings. He often broke into their homes, waited patiently for them to arrive, and then subdued them with a gun or knife before strangling them. Unlike many killers driven purely by compulsion, Rader was organized, meticulous, and deliberate. He kept extensive journals, notes, and Polaroid photos of his victims. He called these his mementos. He also saved souvenirs like driver's licenses or jewelry, which he hid in secret compartments at his home. His level of control, before, during, and after each murder, was what made him one of the most methodical serial killers in American history. Rader's obsession wasn't limited to the act of killing. He wanted to communicate with the police and media, to be seen and admired for his supposed intelligence. He mailed letters, poems, and drawings to local news outlets, taunting investigators with clues and demanding acknowledgement. In one note, he compared himself to Jack the Ripper and Son of Sam, saying he was a monster who lives among you. His correspondence was filled with misspellings and cryptic language, part of his attempt to create an aura of mystery. But after 1991, BTK went silent. The murders stopped, and the city of Wichita slowly began to heal. Many assumed he had died, been imprisoned for another crime, or moved away. In truth, Rader had simply decided to stop. He focused on his family, his job, and his church, finding perverse satisfaction in living unnoticed among the same people who feared him for decades. His wife and children never suspected a thing. Then, in 2004, 30 years after his first murders, BTK resurfaced. The Wichita Eagle received a package containing photos of a murdered woman and a copy of her driver's license, belonging to Vicky Wegeler, one of Rader's 1986 victims. Alongside the evidence was a cryptic message: BTK is back. His ego, it seemed, couldn't resist the spotlight. The media erupted, and once again, fear swept Wichita. Rader began corresponding with the police and journalists, sending letters, crossword puzzles, and even floppy disks, believing he could outsmart modern investigators. In one letter, he asked detectives, "If I send you a floppy disk, can it be traced?" The police responded publicly through the newspaper, assuring him it couldn't be. Gullible and overconfident, Rader sent one, and it was his undoing. The floppy disk contained metadata linking it to the Christ Lutheran Church, where Rader served as council president, and to a computer registered under his name. Investigators quickly confirmed his identity using DNA evidence collected from one of his daughter's medical samples. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested while driving near his home. When confronted, he confessed almost immediately, detailing each murder with chilling precision. His demeanor was cold, detached, and disturbingly proud. During his confession, he described his killings as projects or hits, reducing human life to logistics. He showed no remorse, instead offering technical breakdowns of how he bound and strangled each victim. It was about control, he told police. That's what it was all about, complete control. In court, Rader gave a bizarrely calm, emotionless 45-minute confession, recounting each murder as though reading from a manual. He even corrected minor details in the prosecutor's timeline, eager to ensure his crimes were remembered accurately. The courtroom sat in stunned silence as he casually described how he had tied up his victims, strangled them, and then masturbated over their corpses. In August 2005, Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences, one for each victim, with no possibility of parole. He remains imprisoned at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he spends his days reading the Bible and writing letters to crime enthusiasts and researchers. Some of his writings reveal that he still sees himself as a misunderstood genius, lamenting that people don't appreciate the complexity of his crimes. What makes Dennis Rader's story so deeply disturbing is how perfectly he embodied the mask of normalcy. He wasn't a drifter or social outcast. He was a trusted husband, a church leader, and a father. His ability to compartmentalize his sadism, to preach goodness while embodying evil, makes him a chilling reminder that monsters often hide in plain sight. Psychologists have described Rader as a malignant narcissist with elements of sexual sadism and obsessive-compulsive disorder. He killed not for pleasure alone, but for validation, to feel superior, to prove he could outwit everyone else. His need for recognition became his fatal flaw. Today, Dennis Rader's legacy lives on as one of the most unsettling examples of organized psychopathy in American criminal history. His crimes forced law enforcement to develop new profiling techniques and reinforced the terrifying truth that evil doesn't always announce itself with madness. Sometimes it wears a uniform, leads a prayer, and smiles for the camera, all while dreaming of the next person it will bind, torture, and kill. Few names in American criminal history inspire as much horror and fascination as Theodore Robert Bundy. To the world, he was a handsome, educated, articulate man with political ambitions and a magnetic charm. But beneath that polished exterior was one of the most depraved killers the United States has ever known. A man whose crimes combined intellect, manipulation, and unimaginable brutality. Ted Bundy's story is disturbing not only because of his murders, but because he forced the world to confront a terrifying truth. Monsters can look just like us. Born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, Bundy's early life was a web of lies and secrecy. He grew up believing his grandparents were his parents and that his biological mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, was his sister. This deception, combined with rumors of his illegitimate birth, planted deep emotional scars. As a teenager, Bundy showed signs of detachment and voyeurism. He peeped through windows at undressing women, stole, and fantasized about dominance and control. Despite these warning signs, Bundy excelled academically. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied psychology and appeared to be a promising young man. Friends described him as intelligent, polite, and charming. He volunteered at political campaigns, worked at a suicide hotline where future crime writer Anne Rule was his co-worker, and appeared to have a bright future. Yet all the while, he was honing his ability to manipulate, deceive, and perform, skills that would make him a master predator. Bundy's killing spree began in the early 1970s and continued until his arrest in 1978. The exact number of victims remains unknown, but investigators estimate he murdered at least 30 women across 7 U.S. states, though Bundy himself hinted the number was far higher. His victims were almost always young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle, a detail that reflected his obsession with control and uniformity. His modus operandi was disturbingly calculated. Bundy would approach women in public places, parks, libraries, or near their cars, often pretending to be injured. He wore a fake cast or sling and asked for help loading something into his Volkswagen Beetle. Once the woman leaned in to assist, he struck her unconscious with a crowbar and handcuffed her before driving to a remote location where he would rape and murder her. Bundy's intelligence and social ease allowed him to blend effortlessly into society. Unlike many serial killers, he didn't fit the stereotype of the awkward, disheveled loner. Instead, he weaponized his charm. He studied criminal law, attended political rallies, and dated women who had no idea of the darkness beneath his smile. He often revisited his crime scenes, engaging in necrophilic acts with decomposing corpses and applying makeup to his victims after death. His desire for control extended beyond killing. It was about possession, domination, and godlike power. The first murders officially linked to Bundy occurred in Washington state in 1974. In January, Linda Ann Healy, a University of Washington student, disappeared from her home. Her bed was neatly made, but her pillow was soaked in blood, a haunting sign of Bundy's methodical nature. Later that year, 2 women vanished in broad daylight from Lake Sammamish State Park, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund. Witnesses recalled a charming young man with a cast who introduced himself as Ted. As bodies continued to surface in Washington, Oregon, and Utah, authorities realized they were dealing with a mobile, intelligent predator. Bundy eventually moved to Utah, where he continued his killings while studying law at the University of Utah. There, he abducted and murdered Carol DeRonch, who miraculously escaped, one of the few women to survive his attacks. Her testimony would later become crucial in identifying him. In August 1975, Bundy was finally arrested in Utah after police stopped him for a routine traffic violation. Inside his car, officers found handcuffs, rope, a ski mask, and crowbar, a killer's toolkit. Though initially released due to lack of evidence, suspicion grew. Police began connecting Bundy to multiple disappearances in other states. When his ex-girlfriend, Elizabeth Klopfer, contacted authorities, revealing her long-standing suspicions about his behavior, Bundy's double life began to unravel. Still, his cunning allowed him to manipulate the system. In 1977, while awaiting trial in Colorado, Bundy staged 2 dramatic escapes. First, he jumped from a courthouse window during a recess, evading capture for 6 days. Later, he escaped from jail by cutting a hole through the ceiling of his cell and fleeing into the night. This second escape would lead to his most horrific killing spree. Bundy fled to Florida, where he adopted the alias Chris Hagen. On January 15, 1978, he broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University and unleashed unimaginable horror. Within 15 minutes, he bludgeoned and strangled 2 women to death, Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman, and brutally assaulted 2 others. His rampage continued weeks later, when he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, his final known victim. His capture soon followed. On February 15, 1978, Bundy was pulled over by police in Pensacola for driving a stolen car. During questioning, his arrogance faltered, and his true identity was revealed. Over time, Bundy became one of the most notorious inmates in American history, representing himself in court and using his legal knowledge to delay his execution for years. Bundy's trial was unlike any the nation had seen. It was the first nationally televised murder trial, and millions watched as he smiled, flirted with reporters, and delivered eloquent speeches. Some women in the courtroom even sent him love letters, a disturbing testament to his manipulative allure. Despite his performance, the evidence, including bite marks on one of his victims, was overwhelming. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. Even on death row, Bundy continued his psychological games. He granted selective interviews, hinted at undisclosed murders, and tried to use his knowledge of serial crimes as leverage for leniency. Only in the final days before his execution did he begin to confess in detail, describing how he lured, murdered, and violated his victims. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside, hundreds of spectators cheered, some holding signs reading "Burn Bundy, Burn." It was a rare moment of public catharsis, the end of a man who had terrorized the country for over a decade. But Bundy's legacy endures, not just as a killer, but as a psychological case study. He remains a prime example of psychopathy, showing no empathy, guilt, or remorse. His crimes inspired countless books, films, and research into the mask of sanity, how killers can mimic normalcy to deceive others. What makes Bundy especially terrifying is not his violence alone, but how effectively he weaponized charisma. He didn't fit the image of a monster. He was intelligent, articulate, and seemingly moral. He volunteered for suicide hotlines, smiled for cameras, and spoke about justice while hiding unimaginable darkness within. Ted Bundy reminds the world that evil can be intelligent, charming, and even likable, that sometimes the person who seems safest is the one you should fear the most. His story continues to haunt criminologists and ordinary citizens alike because it forces a single chilling question. If Ted Bundy could hide in plain sight, how many more are still out there? Few figures in modern crime evoke the same level of horror and revulsion as Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer, a man whose name has become synonymous with depravity, necrophilia, and cannibalism. Known as the Milwaukee Cannibal, Dahmer's crimes in the late 20th century forced society to confront the darkest corners of the human psyche. Between 1978 and 1991, Dahmer murdered 17 young men and boys, subjecting them to acts so grotesque that even hardened detectives were left traumatized. His story remains one of the most disturbing chapters in American criminal history, not only for what he did, but for how long he was able to hide it in plain sight. Born on May 21, 1960, in West Allis, Wisconsin, Dahmer appeared to have a relatively ordinary childhood. His father, Lionel Dahmer, was a chemist, and his mother, Joyce, struggled with mental illness and addiction. Their turbulent marriage created a home filled with tension and neglect. From an early age, Jeffrey exhibited signs of social isolation and fascination with death. Unlike other children who played with toys, Dahmer collected animal carcasses, dissected them, and preserved their bones in jars. He once told a classmate that he wanted to see how animals fit together. When Dahmer was 18, he committed his first murder. In 1978, just weeks after graduating high school, he picked up Stephen Hicks, a hitchhiker on his way to a concert. Dahmer invited him home to drink beer and talk. When Hicks tried to leave, Dahmer panicked, striking him with a dumbbell and strangling him to death. He then dismembered the body and scattered the remains in his backyard. It would be nearly a decade before he killed again, but this first act set the foundation for his future atrocities. During his early adulthood, Dahmer's life spiraled downward. He dropped out of college, was discharged from the army due to alcoholism, and lived aimlessly with relatives. Despite multiple arrests for indecent exposure and sexual misconduct, he repeatedly slipped through the cracks of the justice system, a chilling pattern that would allow his crimes to continue for years. By 1987, Dahmer's dark impulses had resurfaced. While staying at the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee, he met Stephen Tuomi, whom he killed during a night of heavy drinking. Dahmer later claimed he woke up beside Tuomi's lifeless body, unable to remember the murder. This blackout killing marked a shift, from accidental violence to deliberate predation. Over the next 4 years, Dahmer would lure men from bars, malls and bus stops, promising them money or companionship, only to drug, strangle and desecrate them. What made Dahmer's crimes particularly horrifying was not just the killing itself, but what he did afterward. He began performing acts of necrophilia, taking photographs of his victims' dismembered bodies, and eventually engaging in cannibalism. He would store body parts, skulls, hearts, genitals, in his apartment, preserving them in chemicals or the freezer. His goal, he claimed, was to create a sense of permanent companionship. He wanted his victims to never leave. Dahmer's fascination with control and possession reached its peak in 1991. He began experimenting with what he called zombie making. Using a power drill, he injected acid or boiling water into the skulls of his victims in an attempt to render them brain-dead, but alive. These grotesque experiments reflected his desire to create a submissive, mindless partner, someone who would exist solely for his pleasure and could never abandon him. Despite the horrific nature of his crimes, Dahmer lived a disturbingly normal outward life. He worked at the Ambrosia chocolate factory, often on the night shift, and was known to neighbors as a quiet, polite man. The smell coming from his apartment, described by others as rotting meat, was attributed to spoiled food or tropical fish. Even when police visited his home on several occasions, they failed to notice the horror inside. One of the most tragic moments in the case occurred in May 1991, when 14-year-old Konorak Synthesomphone, one of Dahmer's intended victims, managed to escape. Naked, bruised and incoherent, the boy fled into the street and was discovered by 2 women who called the police. Dahmer appeared moments later, calmly telling officers that the boy was his adult lover, who had simply had too much to drink. The police believed him, even after the women protested, and returned the boy to Dahmer's apartment. Within an hour, Konorak was dead, and his remains joined the others hidden in Dahmer's growing collection. The horrifying truth finally unraveled on July 22, 1991. That night, Dahmer invited Tracy Edwards, a 32-year-old man, to his apartment under the pretense of taking photographs. Once inside, Edwards noticed the foul smell, the scattered photographs, and a blue barrel emitting a pungent odor. When Dahmer tried to handcuff him, Edwards fought back and escaped, flagging down 2 police officers. He led them back to Dahmer's apartment, where officers discovered Polaroids of dismembered bodies and human remains in the refrigerator, freezer, and various containers. The crime scene was described as a house of horrors. Investigators found multiple human heads in the refrigerator, a human heart intended for later consumption, and dozens of photos documenting each stage of Dahmer's gruesome acts. One detective said, "It was like stepping into hell." Dahmer was arrested and immediately confessed. His calm, matter-of-fact manner during interviews shocked investigators. He spoke openly about his crimes, offering chilling details with no visible remorse. "I wanted to keep them with me," he explained. "That's why I did it. I didn't want them to leave." In 1992, Dahmer was charged with 15 counts of murder and sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms, a total of 957 years in prison. At his trial, he appeared emotionless as families of his victims screamed and wept. When given the opportunity to speak, Dahmer said quietly, "I know my time in prison will be my death. I deserve it." While incarcerated at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Wisconsin, Dahmer became a figure of morbid fascination. Some saw him as pure evil. Others, including psychiatrists, viewed him as a deeply disturbed individual driven by loneliness, obsession, and mental illness. He claimed to have found religion in prison, reading the Bible, and getting baptized. But his redemption was short-lived. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was beaten to death by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, who bludgeoned him with a metal bar. Scarver later said that God told him to do it, and that Dahmer had been mocking other prisoners by shaping food into severed limbs. Dahmer's death brought both relief and frustration to the families of his victims, closure for some, unanswered questions for others. The legacy of Jeffrey Dahmer is one of horror and reflection. His crimes revealed not only the depth of one man's depravity, but also the failures of law enforcement and the justice system that allowed him to operate unchecked for years. The racial and social dimensions of his case, most of his victims were young men of color, also raised questions about bias, negligence, and indifference toward marginalized communities. Psychologists continue to study Dahmer as an example of sexual sadism and necrophilic compulsion. He represents the extreme end of human pathology, someone who combined loneliness, desire, and domination into acts of unspeakable violence. Unlike killers driven by rage or ideology, Dahmer's motivation was intimacy twisted into destruction. Today, Dahmer remains an icon of evil, a man whose name alone conjures images of unimaginable horror. His story serves as a grim reminder of how normalcy can mask monstrosity and how unchecked loneliness can evolve into something inhuman. Jeffrey Dahmer was not born a monster. He became one. But his transformation and the devastation it caused will forever haunt the American psyche, standing as one of the darkest testaments to what humanity is capable of when empathy is erased and desire turns to decay. Among America's most disturbing serial killers, John Wayne Gacy stands as a symbol of horror that hides behind a mask of normalcy. Known to the world as the Killer Clown, Gacy's crimes shook the foundations of suburban America. A man who entertained children as Pogo the Clown while secretly torturing and murdering more than 33 young men and boys. His story exposes the terrifying duality of evil, a friendly neighbor on the surface, a sadistic predator underneath. Born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, John Wayne Gacy grew up in a household shadowed by violence and abuse. His father, John Stanley Gacy, was an alcoholic who beat his children and belittled his son relentlessly, calling him weak and worthless. His mother, Marion, was loving but powerless against her husband's cruelty. From an early age, Gacy craved approval and affection, but those needs warped into dark obsessions that would later manifest in his crimes. Gacy's youth was marked by contradictions. Despite struggling with his father's disapproval, he became active in his community, joining the Boy Scouts, volunteering at charitable events, and showing leadership potential. But his childhood illnesses and constant bullying at school made him feel isolated. At age 11, he suffered a severe head injury that caused blackouts and fainting spells. Symptoms some psychologists later linked to behavioral changes and emotional instability. As an adult, Gacy sought to project success and respectability. He worked tirelessly in politics and business, rising to become a contractor and even a local Democratic Party precinct captain. Outwardly, he was the image of a responsible citizen, a family man, community leader and volunteer clown who entertained sick children at hospitals and parties. But underneath, Gacy's life was spiraling into depravity. Behind the facade, he harbored a deep, repressed attraction to young men and an uncontrollable urge to dominate and humiliate others. In 1968, he was convicted of sexually assaulting a teenage boy in Iowa and served 18 months in prison. Upon his release, Gacy moved back to Illinois, determined to rebuild his reputation. He remarried, bought a house in the Chicago suburb of Norwood Park, and started his own construction business, PDM Contractors. Neighbors described him as friendly, reliable, and always willing to help. He hosted block parties, dressed as a clown for charity, and seemed like a model citizen. But beneath the floorboards of that suburban home, Gacy's true self emerged, a sadistic killer driven by power and sexual violence. Between 1972 and 1978, Gacy lured young men and boys to his house, often offering them work, money, or alcohol. Once inside, he would handcuff them under the pretense of a magic trick, then torture, rape, and strangle them, often while dressed as Pogo the Clown. Gacy's cruelty was methodical. He devised elaborate rituals of humiliation, forcing victims to crawl, beg, or call him sir. After killing them, he buried many of the bodies in a crawl space beneath his house, layering them with lime to mask the stench. When the crawl space filled, he dumped others into the nearby Des Plaines River. The sheer number of victims was staggering, mostly teenage boys and young men, some as young as 14. Many were runaways or marginalized youth, which allowed Gacy to continue unnoticed for years. His double life, civic leader by day, murderer by night, epitomized the phrase, "the devil you know." Gacy's downfall began in December 1978, when 15-year-old Robert Piest, a high school student, vanished after telling his mother he was going to speak with Gacy about a job. When Piest never returned, his family alerted authorities. Investigators discovered that Gacy had a criminal record for sexual assault and soon obtained a search warrant for his home. What they found was the beginning of one of the most horrifying discoveries in U.S. history. Detectives noticed a foul odor in the house, something Gacy explained as a plumbing issue. But further investigation revealed human remains beneath the floorboards. Over the next several weeks, police unearthed body after body, 29 victims buried under his house and 4 more dumped in the river. The recovery operation required industrial pumps, excavation equipment, and forensic teams working around the clock. When confronted with the evidence, Gacy finally confessed. He claimed that his killings were a part of another side of himself, referring to his alter egos Pogo and Jack the Clown. He told detectives that some murders were accidental, others intentional, and some done in a kind of sexual frenzy. At one point he chillingly remarked, "Clowns can get away with murder because they're just clowns." In 1980, John Wayne Gacy was tried for 33 counts of murder. The courtroom was packed with reporters, psychologists, and grieving families. Gacy's defense team argued insanity, claiming he suffered from multiple personality disorder. Prosecutors, however, presented overwhelming evidence, including physical remains, personal belongings of victims, and detailed confessions. Gacy showed little remorse, often smirking or making jokes during testimony. The jury deliberated for only 2 hours before finding him guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to death by lethal injection, the ultimate punishment for a man whose crimes defied comprehension. Over the next 14 years, Gacy remained on death row at Menard Correctional Center, spending his time painting clowns, skulls, and demonic figures. His artwork became infamous, selling for thousands of dollars through collectors fascinated by his notoriety. In interviews, Gacy maintained his innocence, claiming he was the victim of a police conspiracy. He even went so far as to say, "I should have been given the same respect as any other artist, not demonized for what I didn't do." But his words rang hollow against the overwhelming evidence. On May 10, 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection. His final words were defiant, "Kiss my ass." Outside the prison, crowds celebrated as if a dark cloud had finally lifted. Families of victims wept with relief, though the pain of their loss would never truly fade. After his death, Gacy's brain was removed for scientific study as researchers sought to understand the psychology of his evil. It revealed no abnormalities, proof that monsters sometimes wear human faces. His case became a subject of criminological and psychological analysis, influencing books, films, and academic discussions on the nature of psychopathy and sociopathic duality. What makes Gacy's story particularly terrifying is how ordinary he seemed. He lived in a quiet neighborhood, attended church, worked hard, and entertained children. No one suspected that beneath his home lay a cemetery of nightmares. His life teaches one haunting lesson: evil does not always lurk in shadows. Sometimes it smiles at your door, dressed in bright colors and makeup. The name John Wayne Gacy has since become shorthand for the predator next door. The man who embodies deception, manipulation, and remorseless cruelty. His crimes shattered the illusion of suburban safety and redefined the limits of human darkness. Behind the grease paint and laughter of Pogo, the clown was a predator who found pleasure in pain, whose laughter masked screams, and whose humanity had long since rotted away beneath the floorboards of his house of horrors. When darkness fell over Los Angeles in the mid-1980s, fear followed. Windows were bolted, lights burned through the night, and families slept in terror, knowing that a single creak could mark their last moment alive. This was the era of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, a name that came to define pure evil in human form. His reign of terror was not simply about murder. It was about terrorizing an entire city, feeding off fear, death, and satanic devotion. Born Ricardo Leyva Muñoz Ramirez on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas, his life began in the shadows. The youngest of 5 children in a poor Mexican-American family, Ramirez's childhood was marked by violence and trauma. His father, a former police officer and later a laborer, was prone to explosive anger, often beating his children mercilessly. Ramirez sought refuge in the company of his older cousin, Miguel Mike Ramirez, a Vietnam War veteran whose stories were soaked in blood and cruelty. Mike introduced young Richard to death in its rawest form. He showed him Polaroid photos of women he claimed to have raped and murdered during the war. Pictures of mutilated bodies, decapitated heads, and smiling corpses. This grotesque mentorship warped Richard's perception of power and pleasure. At 13, he watched as his cousin shot and killed his wife during an argument. That moment branded itself into his mind like a satanic initiation. After the murder, Ramirez drifted between relatives, school failures, and criminal petty thefts. He began experimenting with LSD, developed a fascination with Satanism, and adopted a nocturnal lifestyle. Sleep during the day, hunt at night, a pattern that would soon define his deadly rhythm. By his early 20s, Ramirez had moved to Los Angeles, where he began a series of burglaries, but theft alone could not satisfy his hunger. He wanted domination, to feel godlike power over others. In 1984, that thirst exploded into murder. His first known victim was Jenny Vinco, a 79-year-old widow found brutally stabbed and nearly decapitated in her apartment. Her body was desecrated, the crime scene showing signs of sexual assault and satanic symbols. Police were horrified, but initially saw it as an isolated act. It wasn't. It was a preview of the storm to come. Over the next year, Ramirez launched a campaign of horror across Southern California, breaking into homes at random, assaulting, raping, and murdering men, women, and even children. His victims came from every background: rich, poor, young, old. His unpredictability made him unstoppable. He left pentagrams scrawled on walls, forced victims to swear to Satan, and used guns, knives, and blunt objects interchangeably. The media dubbed him the Night Stalker, a fitting title for a killer who struck under moonlight and vanished into darkness. His methods were as chaotic as his mind. No consistent pattern, no clear motive beyond pleasure in terror. One night he would shoot a man in his bed, the next he would sexually assault a woman and leave her alive to spread fear. His victims often recalled the same terrifying features: rotten teeth, wild eyes, and a stench of decay, as if death itself had taken human form. Ramirez reveled in his reputation. He devoured news stories about himself, seeing his crimes as satanic offerings. He wore AC/DC shirts, carved pentagrams into his arm, and spoke of himself as a warrior for the devil. By mid-1985, Los Angeles was paralyzed. Gun sales skyrocketed, neighborhoods formed armed watch groups, and people slept with baseball bats by their beds. The LAPD and the Sheriff's Department launched one of the largest manhunts in U.S. history, desperate to stop the monster haunting the city. A break came when Ramirez left behind fingerprints and a partial shoe print at a murder scene. The unique Avia sneaker print matched several other crime scenes, and when detectives finally matched fingerprints from a stolen car, they had a name: Richard Ramirez. On August 31st, 1985, the nightmare finally ended. Ramirez was recognized in East Los Angeles after his photograph was published on the front page of every newspaper. Trying to steal a car, he was chased and beaten by a mob of enraged civilians who shouted, "El Matador, the killer," until police arrived. Ironically, the man who thrived on terror was subdued not by law enforcement, but by the people he once hunted. At trial, Ramirez was unrepentant. He arrived in court flashing pentagrams, smirking at victims' families and shouting, "Hail Satan!" The media circus that surrounded his case only inflated his ego. Dozens of women wrote him fan letters, some professing love to the killer who had butchered strangers in their sleep. He basked in their attention, declaring, "You maggots make me sick. I am beyond your understanding." The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence: fingerprints, eyewitness accounts, ballistic matches, and DNA. Ramirez was convicted of 13 murders, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. On November 7, 1989, he was sentenced to death by gas chamber. When the verdict was read, he sneered and said, "Big deal. Death always comes with the territory. See you in Disneyland." Despite the conviction, Ramirez's fascination with death persisted. He spent more than 2 decades on death row at San Quentin State Prison, where he cultivated an almost cult-like following. His letters, artwork, and interviews attracted a dark subculture of admirers obsessed with his image as a rebellious anti-hero. In 1996, he even married one of his admirers, Doreen Leoy, a magazine editor, who described him as kind, funny, and misunderstood. Their relationship embodied the twisted psychology of criminal celebrity culture, the allure of evil wrapped in infamy. But time was not on Ramirez's side. He aged poorly, his teeth rotted further, and illness consumed him. On June 7, 2013, at the age of 53, he died of complications from B-cell lymphoma, still awaiting execution. For many, his death felt anticlimactic, not a final reckoning, but a quiet fade into the same darkness he once worshipped. The legacy of Richard Ramirez is one of sadism, chaos, and corruption of innocence. He targeted the vulnerable and mocked the idea of morality. His satanic devotion was less about belief and more about control, a declaration that he answered to no law, divine or human. His crimes reminded America that evil does not need reason. Sometimes it simply exists, feeding on suffering. Decades later, the Night Stalker's case continues to haunt true crime culture. Documentaries, books, and dramatizations have tried to dissect what made him kill, yet none can fully explain the dark pleasure he found in destruction. For Ramirez, killing was not just an act. It was an identity, a performance of terror that blurred the line between man and monster. His haunting words from a prison interview still echo in true crime history. "We've all got the power in our hands to kill, but most people are afraid to use it. The ones who aren't afraid control life itself." Richard Ramirez believed he controlled life and death. In reality, he controlled only fear, and that fear ruled Los Angeles for one unforgettable summer when every creak of a floorboard felt like the footsteps of the devil himself. In the long, grim annals of American crime, few names send chills down the spine, quite like Theodore Robert Bundy. To many, he appeared clean-cut, charming, and intelligent, a law student with a bright future. But behind the handsome smile was a calculating predator who hunted women with surgical precision. Ted Bundy was not just a serial killer, he was a psychological enigma, a man who blended into society so completely that even those closest to him could not see the evil within. Born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, Bundy's early life was shrouded in deception. Raised by his grandparents, he was told his mother was his sister to conceal the shame of his illegitimate birth. That foundational lie may have planted the seed of his obsession with manipulation and control. As a child, Bundy displayed unusual behaviors, voyeurism, theft, and a fascination with knives. Yet, outwardly, he appeared normal, even likable. When Bundy moved to Seattle, Washington, in the 1960s, he attended the University of Washington, studying psychology and later law. He worked on political campaigns, volunteered at a suicide hotline, and dated women who admired his ambition and charm. But beneath that exterior, he was harboring fantasies of violence. He was learning how to mimic empathy, how to wear the perfect mask. His first confirmed murders began in 1974, though investigators suspect he killed earlier. Young women began disappearing from college campuses across Washington and Oregon, vanishing without a trace. They all shared similarities: long, straight hair parted in the middle, intelligent and independent. Bundy's method was simple but devastatingly effective. He feigned injury, wearing a sling or using crutches, and asked women for help carrying books or loading something into his car. Once they were close enough, he struck, hitting them with a crowbar or pipe, before binding, raping, and killing them. Bundy's Volkswagen Beetle became a symbol of death. Inside, he had removed the passenger seat and installed restraints. It was both his hunting ground and his coffin for victims. He would often revisit the bodies in remote locations, committing necrophilic acts and keeping souvenirs. To Bundy, these weren't crimes. They were expressions of dominance, art forms of death. The name Ted became synonymous with fear in the Pacific Northwest. In the summer of 1974, Bundy's brazenness peaked when he abducted 2 women in broad daylight at Lake Sammamish State Park. Witnesses recalled seeing a man introducing himself as Ted and driving a tan VW Beetle. For the first time, police had a name and a face. But Bundy was not easily caught. When suspicions grew, he moved, first to Utah, then Colorado, always one step ahead. In Utah, he continued his spree, murdering college students and even a 17-year-old girl, Deborah Kent. His methods became more violent, his control slipping as his compulsions intensified. In August 1975, Bundy was finally arrested for possession of burglary tools after police noticed his suspicious behavior during a traffic stop. Inside his car, they found handcuffs, a ski mask, rope, and an ice pick, a killer's toolkit. Though circumstantial, it began to unravel his carefully constructed facade. As investigators connected him to multiple disappearances, Bundy escaped custody twice. The first was from a courthouse in Aspen, Colorado in 1977, when he jumped out of a second-story window during a recess. He was recaptured 6 days later. The second escape, in December that same year, was far more successful. He cut a hole in his cell's ceiling and slipped into the jailer's apartment. From there, he vanished into the night, making his way to Florida. A final descent into carnage. Florida became the scene of his most infamous massacre. In January 1978, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University, bludgeoning and strangling 4 women, killing 2 and leaving 2 others severely injured. Only weeks later, he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, an act that exposed the full depravity of his psyche. His arrest in February 1978 marked the end of his rampage. A police officer pulled him over for driving a stolen car. When Bundy resisted, the officer subdued him. The name he gave, Kenneth Misner, fooled no one for long. Fingerprints confirmed his true identity. The nation watched as the smiling, articulate man, once seen as a model citizen, was revealed as one of history's most prolific serial killers. Bundy's trial became a media sensation. He acted as his own attorney, relishing the spotlight. He cross-examined witnesses, flirted with reporters, and performed with chilling confidence. He proposed to Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, in court, and she accepted, later giving birth to his daughter while he was on death row. To Bundy, the courtroom was not about justice. It was a stage, and he was the star. Despite his theatrics, the evidence was overwhelming. Bundy was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death by electric chair. Yet even on death row, he continued his manipulative games, confessing partially, recanting, then confessing again as execution loomed closer. In his final years, Bundy's interviews drew psychologists and FBI profilers eager to understand the mind of a killer. His insights into his methods helped shape modern criminal profiling, though he often spoke of himself in detached third-person terms, as though his actions were those of another entity. He blamed pornography, rejection, and circumstance, but his lack of genuine remorse revealed the truth. Bundy killed because he enjoyed it. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in Florida's old Sparky electric chair. Outside the prison, crowds celebrated, waving signs that read, "Burn, Bundy, burn." His last words were, "Give my love to my family and friends." Inside the death chamber, the lights flickered, and with a surge of electricity, the charm that masked horror was finally extinguished. Bundy's death ended a reign of terror, but not his influence. Books, documentaries, and films continued to dissect his duality, the clean-cut monster who weaponized charisma. He proved that evil can wear a handsome face, speak with intelligence, and sit beside you unnoticed. His story forces society to confront a terrifying reality. The most dangerous predators are often the ones who look the most human. Even decades later, Bundy's name evokes a unique dread. He was not the most prolific killer, nor the bloodiest, but he was the most deceptive. He embodied the illusion of safety, a reminder that evil, when disguised as normalcy, is far more lethal. His legacy is not only in the lives he stole, but in the lesson he left behind, that sometimes the devil doesn't hide in the shadows. Sometimes he smiles back. When the police entered apartment 213 at the Oxford Apartments in Milwaukee on July 22, 1991, they expected to recover evidence of a routine assault case. Instead, they uncovered a nightmare so gruesome that even seasoned detectives recoiled. Inside the one-bedroom apartment of Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer, officers found skulls in the refrigerator, human hearts in the freezer, and severed limbs preserved in acid-filled vats. It was not just a crime scene. It was a tomb, a shrine, and a grotesque reflection of a deeply disturbed mind. Jeffrey Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960, in West Allis, Wisconsin, to Lionel and Joyce Dahmer. From a young age, his fascination with death was evident. While other children played with toy cars, Dahmer collected animal bones, dissecting roadkill with surgical precision. His father, a research chemist, thought this interest might lead to a career in science. Instead, it became the foundation for one of the darkest killing sprees in American history. Dahmer's childhood was marked by loneliness and isolation. His parents' volatile marriage and eventual divorce left him emotionally adrift. By adolescence, he had begun drinking heavily, numbing himself with alcohol. Beneath his quiet demeanor grew fantasies of domination and control, often involving lifeless bodies. To Dahmer, love meant possession, not companionship, but ownership. His first murder occurred in 1978, just after his high school graduation. He picked up Stephen Hicks, a hitchhiker heading to a concert, and invited him home for drinks. When Hicks tried to leave, Dahmer bludgeoned him with a dumbbell and strangled him. He dismembered the body, crushed the bones, and scattered them in the woods behind his parents' house. It was the beginning of a pattern that would define his life. The desperate need to keep his victims with him, even in death. For nearly a decade after that first killing, Dahmer drifted in and out of normalcy. He attended Ohio State University, briefly served in the U.S. Army, and held menial jobs, yet he couldn't suppress his urges. Alcohol became his constant companion, a way to drown both guilt and desire. He was arrested for indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, and molestation, all signs of his growing instability. But none of these encounters revealed the monster beneath. In 1987, Dahmer's murders resumed with horrifying escalation. He met Stephen Tuomi at a Milwaukee bar and took him to a hotel room. The next morning, Tuomi was dead, beaten to death in a drunken blackout. Dahmer claimed he had no memory of the killing, but he quickly developed a method to ensure control: sedate his victims, strangle them, and keep their remains. He began taking Polaroid photographs of his victims' corpses, capturing their bodies in twisted poses, preserving them as visual trophies. Between 1987 and 1991, Dahmer killed 17 young men and boys, most of them gay or black men from marginalized communities. He lured them home with promises of money, alcohol, or companionship. Once inside, he drugged them with sleeping pills, performed sexual acts on their unconscious bodies, and murdered them. In a perverse desire for permanence, he experimented with necrophilia, cannibalism, and even crude attempts at creating zombies by drilling holes in skulls and injecting acid into their brains. To Dahmer, these experiments were expressions of love twisted beyond recognition. "I wanted them to stay with me," he later confessed. "I didn't want them to leave." The most chilling aspect of Dahmer's crimes was his methodical normalcy. He went to work, greeted neighbors, and even received complaints about strange smells from his apartment. His building manager, Glenda Cleveland, repeatedly reported suspicious activity to police, but her concerns were largely ignored, a haunting reflection of racial and social bias that allowed Dahmer's killings to continue. In one of the most disturbing failures of law enforcement, in May 1991, police actually returned a naked, drugged 14-year-old boy, Konorak Synthesomphone, to Dahmer after the killer convinced them the boy was his adult boyfriend. Hours later, Dahmer murdered him and kept his skull as a trophy. The horror finally ended on July 22, 1991, when Tracy Edwards, another intended victim, managed to escape. Edwards flagged down police and led them back to Dahmer's apartment. What they discovered inside became one of the most infamous crime scenes in history. Photographs of mutilated bodies, severed heads, preserved organs, and a 57-gallon drum filled with decomposing remains. The revelations shocked the world. The polite, soft-spoken man described by co-workers as quiet and strange but harmless was revealed to be a cannibalistic serial killer. The press dubbed him the Milwaukee Cannibal and the Monster of Milwaukee. During his 1992 trial, Dahmer pleaded guilty but insane to 15 counts of murder. He sat emotionless as prosecutors detailed his atrocities. The defense argued that his acts stemmed from uncontrollable mental illness. The prosecution countered that Dahmer knew what he was doing, that his meticulous planning proved intent. The jury agreed. Dahmer was found legally sane and sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms, totaling 957 years in prison. In prison, Dahmer displayed a mix of remorse and detachment. He spoke openly about his crimes in interviews, acknowledging their horror, yet analyzing them like a scientist describing an experiment. He claimed to have found religion, reading the Bible daily and being baptized. But redemption, if ever possible, was cut short. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was bludgeoned to death by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Wisconsin. Scarver later claimed he was carrying out divine justice. Dahmer's death brought closure to some, but for others, it left a haunting question unanswered. What drives a man to such inhuman extremes? Psychologists and criminologists continue to study Dahmer's psyche. He wasn't driven by rage or revenge. His crimes stemmed from loneliness, obsession, and a pathological need for possession. Unlike killers who thrived on chaos, Dahmer wanted order, a perfect, unchanging world where his victims could never leave. Cannibalism for him was symbolic. By consuming his victims, he believed they became part of him forever. In the aftermath, Dahmer's story became a cultural fixation, Books, documentaries, and dramatizations tried to make sense of his monstrous duality, a man who could calmly drink a beer with police while a human heart cooled in his refrigerator. His crimes forced society to confront the failures of law enforcement, the stigma of mental illness, and the vulnerability of marginalized communities. Jeffrey Dahmer's name now stands as one of the darkest in American criminal history. His actions shattered the illusion that evil always announces itself loudly. Dahmer was soft-spoken, polite, and unnoticed. Proof that monstrosity often hides behind ordinary faces. When asked in a final interview if he believed he was evil, Dahmer quietly said, "I think I was sick. I was sick in a way that no one could really understand. I wanted control. Complete control. And that's not something human beings should ever want." Jeffrey Dahmer's crimes will forever remain an unsettling reminder that the line between sanity and horror is thinner than we want to believe, and sometimes it lives next door. Few killers have managed to lead such a grotesque double life as Dennis Lynn Rader, the man who terrorized Wichita, Kansas, for 3 decades under the self-appointed name BTK, short for Bind, Torture, Kill. To his neighbors, he was a soft-spoken church leader, Boy Scout volunteer, and local compliance officer. To his victims, he was the embodiment of pure, methodical evil, a predator who turned murder into ritual and control into art. Born on March 9, 1945 in Pittsburgh, Kansas, Rader's childhood was unremarkable on the surface. But like many serial killers, the seeds of his sadism sprouted early. He admitted later to torturing animals as a child, feeling pleasure in the act of power and restraint. He fantasized about tying up women, a fantasy that would later evolve into murder. His parents, though strict and religious, were emotionally distant. Rader internalized this void, filling it with fantasies of domination, control, and submission. After high school, Rader attended Kansas Wesleyan University briefly before joining the U.S. Air Force. He served from 1966 to 1970, stationed overseas, where he learned discipline, structure, and how to suppress emotion, traits that would later help him kill without hesitation. After returning home, he married Paula Dietz, started a family, and worked ordinary jobs: a meat company, a security firm, and eventually the City of Park City's compliance office, where his reputation as a stickler for rules earned him the nickname Dennis the Menace. By all appearances, Rader was the model citizen. He attended Christ Lutheran Church, led the congregation council, and took pride in his family. But beneath that suburban facade lurked a man living for fantasy, a man whose nights were spent sketching bondage scenes, photographing himself in self-made restraints, and planning the next kill that would give him release. The killings began on January 15, 1974, when Rader entered the home of the Otero family in Wichita. Inside were Joseph and Julie Otero and 2 of their children, Joseph Jr. and Josie, ages 9 and 11. Rader tied them up methodically, speaking calmly throughout, assuring them he only wanted money. Then, one by one, he strangled them to death. His later writings revealed an almost mechanical description of the murders, detailing how he adjusted his knots, monitored their breathing, and took note of their final expressions. For Rader, it was not the kill itself that mattered. It was the power. He would later describe his compulsion as Factor X, an inner force that demanded satisfaction. "There's a demon within me," he said during his confession. "That's what drives me. I can't get rid of him." After the Oteros, Rader went silent for 3 years. But in 1977, he struck again, killing Shirley Vian and later Nancy Fox, both women he had stalked for weeks. His killings were not random. They were rehearsed. He would observe his targets, study their routines, and select the moment when they were most vulnerable. In letters to police and media, he boasted of his crimes, taunting them with cryptic clues and signatures. "I am a monster," he wrote to a local TV station. "I live out fantasy. That's my code, my game. I bind them, torture them, kill them." It was this craving for recognition that ultimately defined BTK's relationship with the public. Rader wanted to be feared and remembered, but he also wanted to be admired, a contradiction that reflected his narcissism. He modeled himself after famous killers like the Son of Sam, and his coded letters often reference the Zodiac killer's style. After his seventh murder in 1977, Rader went quiet again. But his silence was not repentance. It was strategy. He focused on his family, his church, and his job. He had 2 children, attended neighborhood barbecues, and continued his meticulous documentation of his past murders. He created binders filled with photos, sketches, and trophies, including pieces of clothing taken from victims. His fantasies never stopped, they just went underground. For decades, BTK became a ghost story, a name whispered but never caught. Then, in 1985, he resurfaced, killing Maureen Hedge, a woman who lived just down the street from him. He broke into her home while she slept, strangled her, and took her body to his church, where he photographed her in bondage positions before disposing of her in a ditch. The sheer audacity of murdering a neighbor and desecrating her body in a house of worship revealed the depth of Rader's depravity. His final known murder came in 1991, when he strangled Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman living only a few miles from his home. Afterward, BTK went dormant again, seemingly vanishing from existence. For over a decade, no one suspected that the mild-mannered church leader was the man who had haunted Wichita's collective psyche. Then, in 2004, on the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, BTK's arrogance re-emerged. He began sending letters and packages to local media and police, reigniting his need for attention. He mailed photos of crime scenes, victim IDs, and even a floppy disk, his fatal mistake. Police traced metadata on the disk to a computer at Christ Lutheran Church and found it had been used by none other than Dennis Rader. When police confronted him in February 2005, Rader broke almost immediately. His confession was chillingly calm, detailed, methodical, and devoid of remorse. He described each murder as if recounting a work project, explaining how he selected victims, stalked them, and executed his rituals. "It's like a dream come true," he told investigators, "when I have control." In June 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder, refusing to hide behind insanity. He provided the court with a cold, step-by-step recounting of each killing, often pausing to correct minor details, as if proud of his precision. The families of victims wept as he described their loved ones' final moments with a detached, monotone voice. The judge sentenced Rader to 10 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would die in prison. He was sent to the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he remains in solitary confinement, 23 hours a day, no contact with other inmates. Even there, he keeps detailed journals and occasionally writes to true crime enthusiasts who contact him, maintaining the illusion of relevance. Psychologists describe Rader as a textbook narcissist and sexual sadist, driven not by rage, but by a pathological need to play God. He was not impulsive. He was calculated. Every murder was an act of theatre, rehearsed and staged for an audience that existed only in his mind. He saw his victims as props in his fantasy world, objects to bind, photograph, and immortalize. What makes BTK uniquely disturbing is the banality of his disguise. He was not a drifter, not a loner, not visibly deranged. He was the man next door, friendly, polite, seemingly ordinary. His ability to compartmentalize evil within domestic normalcy shattered the comforting myth that monsters are easily identifiable. When asked years later what BTK really meant to him, Rader said, "It's me. It's my dark side. We all have two sides. Mine just got out of control." Dennis Rader's story stands as one of the most chilling reminders in modern history that evil can wear a friendly face, attend Sunday service, and wave to you from across the street. Beneath the suburban calm, BTK lived as both a man and a monster, a walking contradiction between faith and fetish, fatherhood and death. For Wichita, the scars of his crimes never faded. Even decades later, the mention of BTK brings unease, a whispered acknowledgement that for 30 years the devil didn't need to hide in the shadows. He lived right among them. Aileen Carroll Wuornos stands as one of the most infamous female serial killers in American history, not only for her crimes, but for what she represented. A woman molded by abuse, desperation, and society's indifference, who transformed into a vengeful predator. Her story challenges the traditional narrative of serial killers. While most act out of lust, power, or compulsion, Aileen's rampage was fueled by rage, trauma, and survival in a world that had shown her no mercy. Born on February 29, 1956, in Rochester, Michigan, Aileen's life began in tragedy. Her mother abandoned her when she was only 4, leaving her and her brother Keith in the care of their grandparents. Her father, Leo Dale Pittman, was a convicted child molester who hanged himself in prison. Her grandfather was a violent alcoholic, her grandmother emotionally broken. From an early age, Aileen was subjected to physical beatings and sexual abuse, reportedly by her grandfather and neighborhood men who exploited her vulnerability. By age 11, she was bartering sexual favors for cigarettes and food. By 15, she was pregnant, allegedly by a family member, and sent to a home for unwed mothers. After giving birth, her baby was taken away for adoption. Shortly after, her grandmother died, and her grandfather threw her out of the house. Alone, homeless, and ostracized, Aileen survived by prostituting on the streets of Michigan before drifting to Florida, where she spent the next 2 decades hustling along highways, bars, and truck stops. Wuornos's adult life was a blur of arrests for theft, forgery, assault, and prostitution. Yet, beneath the hardened exterior, she was a woman deeply scarred by trauma. Her experiences with abusive clients, police harassment, and constant instability built a cauldron of hatred and mistrust. In 1986, she met Tyria Moore, a hotel maid in Daytona Beach, and the two quickly became lovers. Their relationship gave Aileen a rare sense of belonging. But with no steady income, Wuornos continued working as a prostitute, taking to the highways in search of clients, a routine that soon spiraled into a deadly pattern. Between 1989 and 1990, 7 men were found dead along Florida's highways. Each had been shot multiple times, their cars abandoned or burned, their bodies left in isolated areas. The victims were all middle-aged men, most of whom had picked up Wuornos while she was hitchhiking. Her first known victim, Richard Mallory, was a convicted rapist, a fact that complicated public perception of her crimes. Wuornos claimed Mallory had attacked and raped her, and that she shot him in self-defense. Her version of events, however, began to unravel as more bodies surfaced. Victims like David Spears, Charles Cascadden, Peter Seams, Troy Burris, Charles Humphreys, and Walter Antonio were killed in a similar fashion. robbed, shot, and dumped. The pattern was unmistakable. The media quickly dubbed her the Damsel of Death and the Monster Next Door, fascinated by the idea of a female serial killer operating like a man, cold, armed, and predatory. But Aileen's crimes were far from methodical. Unlike Dennis Rader or Ted Bundy, she left evidence everywhere. Her recklessness was not cunning but chaotic, a reflection of her unraveling psyche. By late 1990, police were closing in. Witnesses identified Aileen and Tyria driving stolen cars belonging to victims. Security cameras captured them pawning stolen goods. When authorities finally arrested Warnos at a biker bar in Port Orange, Florida, she was calm, resigned, as if she had been waiting for it all to end. Tyria Moore, fearing prosecution, struck a deal with investigators. She agreed to call Aileen from out of state and persuade her to confess. Over 3 days of recorded phone calls, Tyria begged her to come clean to save her soul. Finally, Aileen confessed. She admitted to the murders, describing them as acts of self-defense against men who had tried to rape or harm her. Her confessions were raw, sometimes delusional, and always charged with anger. "I'm tired of running," she told detectives. "I killed them. They were gonna hurt me, and I wasn't gonna let that happen again." In court, however, her story was dismantled by prosecutors who painted her as a cold-blooded killer motivated by greed. They highlighted her theft of victims' belongings and use of their credit cards. The jury saw a violent woman who used her gender as camouflage. After only a brief deliberation, she was found guilty of 6 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. Her courtroom demeanor shocked observers. At times, she seemed composed and articulate. Other times, she exploded into outbursts, cursing the judge, accusing her attorneys of betrayal, and ranting about conspiracies. "You're scum," she once shouted to the jury. "You're killing me for self-defense." Her mental state deteriorated rapidly during her years on death row at Florida State Prison. Psychiatric evaluations revealed severe borderline personality disorder and antisocial traits. She oscillated between remorse and rage, at times expressing sorrow for the victims, other times declaring that all men deserved to die. During her final interviews, Warnos made chilling statements that blurred the line between madness and revelation. "Society made me," she said. "You made me what I am. I was born into a world of rape and hate. I fought back." She developed a fixation on God, UFOs, and government conspiracies, claiming that invisible forces were tormenting her. Yet beneath the delusions there remained a strange clarity, an awareness of how the world had shaped her. On October 9, 2002, Aileen Warnos was executed by lethal injection. Her final words were cryptic and haunting. "I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, on a mothership." In death, she became a symbol, a mirror reflecting society's failures. Feminists and social critics saw her as the product of abuse, poverty, and misogyny, a woman who fought back violently against the exploitation of her body. Others viewed her as a ruthless killer who used victimhood as an excuse for murder. Hollywood turned her story into myth with the 2003 film Monster, starring Charlize Theron, who won an Oscar for her portrayal of Warnos. The film humanized her, showing both her brutality and her brokenness. But even the film could not fully capture the contradictions of her existence. Aileen Warnos was not merely a killer. She was a reflection of what happens when a life of pain goes unchecked, when trauma festers into fury, and when society discards those who cannot conform. Her story is a tragedy written in blood and desperation, a life that began in cruelty and ended with vengeance. In the annals of American crime, Warnos remains an enigma. Part victim, part villain, entirely human. Her legacy forces us to confront uncomfortable truths, that evil is not always born in darkness, but sometimes forged in suffering, one scar at a time. In the sweltering summer of 1985, Los Angeles found itself in the grip of unrelenting terror. Newspapers screamed of a faceless predator who crept into homes under the cover of darkness, killing indiscriminately, defiling the sacred boundary between safety and nightmare. His name, Richard Ramirez, would soon become synonymous with evil itself, a man whose crimes redefined what fear meant for an entire generation. Born Ricardo Leyva Muñoz Ramirez on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas, his early life read like a prologue to disaster. The youngest of 5 children in a working-class Mexican-American family, Ramirez was quiet and withdrawn as a boy. But his silence masked a storm. His father, Julian, was a violent disciplinarian, prone to explosive rages. Young Richard sought refuge in the night, often sleeping in a local cemetery to escape the chaos at home. It was there, among the gravestones, that his fascination with death began to grow. The real corruption of Richard Ramirez began when he met his older cousin Miguel "Mike" Ramirez, a Vietnam War veteran who had returned home deeply scarred and psychotic. Mike regaled Richard with tales of combat atrocities, showing him Polaroids of Vietnamese women he claimed to have raped and killed. One day, during an argument with his wife, Mike shot her in the face while Richard watched in horror. That moment shattered what remained of Ramirez's moral compass. He was only 13. After that, Richard began to change. He dropped out of school, started using LSD, and developed a fascination with Satanism and the occult. He broke into homes, stole valuables, and spent nights watching people sleep through open windows. When he moved to Los Angeles in his early 20s, he was ready to turn those dark fantasies into reality. The first known murder attributed to Ramirez occurred on June 28, 1984. 79-year-old Jenny Vinsau found dead in her apartment after being sexually assaulted and stabbed repeatedly. Her throat had been slashed so deeply that she was nearly decapitated. Police found fingerprints, but no clear suspect. It would be the first of many. In the months that followed, Ramirez embarked on one of the most sadistic killing sprees in American history. He targeted men, women, and children without pattern or motive. Victims ranged in age from 9 to 83. He used guns, knives, hammers, and even tire irons. He raped, tortured, and mutilated his victims, sometimes forcing them to swear to Satan as he attacked. Ramirez's calling card was randomness. He chose houses at random, often breaking in through unlocked doors or windows. His unpredictability made him terrifying. Unlike most serial killers, he didn't fit a psychological pattern. He seemed to feed on chaos itself. The media dubbed him the Night Stalker, a name that stuck like a scar across Los Angeles. The city fell into collective panic. Hardware stores sold out of locks, guns, and alarm systems. Families slept in groups. Police received hundreds of false leads daily. The killer's image, dark eyes, gaunt face, rotten teeth, and satanic pentagram tattoos seemed almost demonic. Investigators began to piece together the puzzle. Footprints from an Avia sneaker, fingerprints, and ballistic evidence tied multiple murders together. But it was a car theft that broke the case open. Ramirez had stolen a Toyota and left his fingerprints inside. When they were matched to his record, police finally had a name. On August 31, 1985, Ramirez's reign of terror came to a dramatic end. He was recognized in East Los Angeles after his face appeared on the front page of every newspaper. When he tried to flee, a mob of angry residents chased and beat him until police arrived. The irony was poetic. After terrorizing Los Angeles for months, he was brought down by ordinary citizens. During his trial, Ramirez became a spectacle. He carved pentagrams into his hands, flashed the sign of the devil, and shouted, "Hail Satan!" in court. Women flocked to the courtroom, writing love letters and calling him handsome. The media turned the proceedings into a grotesque circus, feeding the myth of the Night Stalker as both monster and celebrity. The evidence against him was overwhelming: ballistic matches, shoe prints, fingerprints, and witness testimony. Ramirez showed no remorse. In 1989, he was convicted of 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death in the gas chamber. When the verdict was read, Ramirez smirked and said, "Big deal. Death always went with the territory. See you in Disneyland." On death row at San Quentin, Ramirez became an icon of darkness. He spent more than 2 decades behind bars, giving chilling interviews about Satanism, fate, and his lack of empathy. "We've all got the devil in us," he once said. "Some of us just choose not to feed him." He married Doreen Leoy, a freelance magazine editor, in 1996, one of many women who fell in love with him during his incarceration. Their relationship became a disturbing testament to the allure of evil. Despite the sentence, Ramirez never faced execution. In 2013, he died of complications related to B-cell lymphoma at the age of 53. His death, quiet and anticlimactic, felt almost undeserved for a man who had unleashed such chaos. Richard Ramirez remains one of America's darkest enigmas, a killer without pattern, a predator without empathy. He was not driven by lust, greed, or revenge, but by an ideological devotion to evil itself. His belief in Satan gave him a twisted justification for his atrocities. He saw himself as an agent of darkness in a world he deemed hypocritical and weak. His crimes forced America to confront a terrifying truth: that evil doesn't need reason, only opportunity. Ramirez was not the product of insanity alone, but of environment, neglect, and corruption. Proof that monsters are not born overnight, but built slowly, one wound at a time. For those who lived through the summer of 1985, the Night Stalker was not just a killer. He was a living nightmare, proof that darkness could slip through your window, stand beside your bed, and smile while you prayed for morning. In the quiet city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, between 1978 and 1991, Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer lived a life that, at first glance, seemed unremarkable. He was soft-spoken, polite, even timid. To neighbors, he was the lonely man in apartment 213 who kept to himself. But behind that door, inside a small, cluttered apartment that smelled of decay and chemicals, lay horrors that would sear themselves into the memory of America. Dahmer wasn't just a serial killer. He was an anatomist of death, a man who dissected the human soul as much as the body. Born on May 21, 1960, in West Allis, Wisconsin, Dahmer's childhood seemed normal at first, but subtle cracks soon appeared. His father, a chemist, was often absent, while his mother struggled with mental illness and prescription drug dependency. Dahmer grew up in an environment of tension and detachment, learning early how to withdraw emotionally. As a boy, he collected animal bones, fascinated by how things came apart. His father mistook it for scientific curiosity. It wasn't. When his parents divorced during his teenage years, something in Dahmer broke. He began drinking heavily, numbing his growing obsession with control and possession. Shortly after his high school graduation, Dahmer committed his first murder. In the summer of 1978, he picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks, brought him home, and bludgeoned him to death with a dumbbell when Hicks tried to leave. Dahmer then dismembered the body, dissolving the remains in acid, a pattern that would repeat itself with chilling precision in the years to come. After that first kill, Dahmer drifted between jobs and living arrangements, his life a mix of failed attempts at normalcy. He joined the army but was discharged for alcohol abuse. He lived briefly with his grandmother, who noticed his strange habits, the odd smells, the late-night activities, but chose denial over confrontation. Between 1978 and 1987, Dahmer kept his urges buried, barely containing them under layers of alcoholism and self-loathing. When he killed again in 1987, he could no longer stop. His second victim, Stephen Tuomi, was murdered in a hotel room after Dahmer claimed to have blacked out during sex. When he awoke, Tuomi was dead. Dahmer bought a suitcase, took the body home, and began experimenting, photographing the process of dismemberment, keeping the skull as a trophy. These acts became ritual. Killing for Dahmer was not driven by anger or hatred, but by a pathological need to possess another human being completely, to prevent them from leaving, from rejecting him. Over the next 4 years, Dahmer's apartment became a laboratory of horror. He lured young men, often from Milwaukee's gay bars, promising money for nude photos. Once inside, he drugged them, strangled them, and kept their bodies for days, posing them, dissecting them, preserving parts in jars, and photographing every stage. He collected skulls, hearts, and genitals, meticulously arranged in his closet and refrigerator. In time, he began boiling flesh to separate it from bone and using bleach to preserve skeletons. His fascination evolved into necrophilia and cannibalism, acts that, in his twisted logic, allowed him to keep a part of his victims forever. The sheer normalcy of Dahmer's demeanor only deepened the horror. Neighbors recalled the foul stench coming from his apartment, which he blamed on spoiled meat or tropical fish. The building manager, Glenda Cleveland, repeatedly reported strange noises and screams to police, but her concerns were dismissed. Even when police returned a naked, drugged 14-year-old boy, Konorak Synthesomphone, to Dahmer's custody after finding him wandering the streets, they accepted Dahmer's explanation that it was a domestic lover's quarrel. Hours later, the boy was dead. By the summer of 1991, Dahmer's impulses spiraled into complete depravity. He was experimenting with creating human zombies, drilling holes into the skulls of living victims and injecting acid or boiling water in a grotesque attempt to render them submissive yet alive. The experiment never succeeded. His victims died in agony, leaving behind a trail of evidence that finally led to his undoing. On July 22, 1991, Dahmer approached a man named Tracy Edwards, offering him $100 to pose for photographs. Edwards reluctantly agreed, but became alarmed by Dahmer's behavior. When Dahmer tried to handcuff him, Edwards fought back and managed to escape, flagging down 2 police officers. He led them back to the apartment, where they discovered what no one could have imagined: photographs of dismembered bodies, human remains in the refrigerator and freezer, skulls on the shelves, and a 57-gallon drum containing decomposing torsos. What police uncovered that night would shock the world. The apartment was a museum of murder. Inside, they found 11 skulls, 3 human torsos, 2 hearts, an entire skeleton, and jars filled with preserved organs. The images were so gruesome that seasoned detectives required therapy after the investigation. When Dahmer was arrested, he confessed immediately, speaking with a calm detachment that unsettled even the most hardened officers. He detailed each murder, explaining his motives with a clinical precision that made his words more terrifying than the crimes themselves. "I wanted to control them completely," he said. "I didn't want them to leave." During his trial in 1992, Dahmer pleaded guilty but insane to 15 counts of murder. His defense argued that his necrophilia and cannibalism proved insanity, but the jury disagreed. Dahmer was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms, 957 years in prison. Even in court, he appeared subdued, resigned, almost relieved that the killing had ended. "I should have been caught years ago," he told the judge. "There's no excuse for what I've done." In prison, Dahmer reportedly found religion, was baptized, and claimed repentance. But his notoriety made him a target. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was beaten to death by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, in a prison gym. Scarver later said he believed he was acting on divine orders. "God told me to do it," he said. The world reacted to Dahmer's death with a strange mix of satisfaction and disbelief. His father expressed sorrow and guilt, saying he had always seen something dark in Jeffrey. His mother mourned him as a victim of his own sickness. Society, however, saw something different. A man who looked ordinary, yet whose mind was a graveyard. The case of Jeffrey Dahmer continues to haunt criminologists and psychologists. He was not motivated by hatred, ideology, or greed. His crimes were deeply intimate, born from loneliness, control, and the pathological desire to make love eternal, even in death. His victims were not just bodies. To Dahmer, they were possessions, fragile attempts to fill an emotional void that nothing could satisfy. Dahmer's story forces a chilling question. How can evil exist behind such calm eyes? How can the quiet neighbor, the man who smiles in the elevator, harbor such monstrosity within? Perhaps that's what makes Jeffrey Dahmer's crimes so terrifying. He wasn't a monster hiding in shadows. He was one of us, living in plain sight. In the annals of American serial killing, Dahmer remains a singular figure, not for his body count, but for his method. His atrocities revealed the abyss between human intimacy and annihilation, where love and horror become indistinguishable. Apartment 213 has long been demolished, but in the collective memory, its walls still whisper of the unimaginable, proof that the most disturbing horrors are not supernatural, they are human. Born on March 17, 1942 in Chicago, Illinois, Gacy's early life was plagued by abuse and rejection. His father, a violent alcoholic, routinely beat him and called him worthless. Gacy craved approval but never received it, developing deep feelings of shame and inadequacy. This emotional void would later manifest in his obsessive need for control and domination. Despite his troubled youth, Gacy tried to live the American dream. He worked hard, married, and opened a small construction business called PDM Contractors. Outwardly, he was the perfect neighbor, involved in local politics, hosting summer cookouts, and dressing up as Pogo the Clown to entertain at hospitals and charity events. But the clown makeup concealed a sinister duality. Beneath the surface, Gacy was already grooming, manipulating, and abducting vulnerable young men. In the early 1970s, Gacy's predatory behavior escalated. He often lured young men, many of them runaways or employees from his construction company, to his home with promises of work or parties. Once inside, he would ply them with alcohol or show them a pair of handcuffs, claiming it was a magic trick. The young men never saw the trick's end. Gacy's ritual was chillingly methodical. After immobilizing his victims, he would sexually assault and torture them before strangling them with a makeshift tourniquet, often using a rope tied around a stick, twisting it slowly as he watched the life drain from their eyes. He reportedly told one of his victims during torture, "Not everyone gets to be killed by a clown." After the murders, Gacy buried many of the bodies in the crawl space beneath his house at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue. When the space became full, he disposed of others in the nearby Des Plaines River. The stench of decomposition grew so overwhelming that neighbors complained, but Gacy always blamed it on a moisture problem. Over the years, Gacy continued to maintain his facade, attending community events, posing with politicians, and performing as Pogo. His dual life became a grotesque theater, laughter above ground, death below. The beginning of Gacy's downfall came in December 1978, when 15-year-old Robert Peast disappeared after telling his mother he was going to see Gacy about a job. When police questioned Gacy, he appeared calm and cooperative, claiming he knew nothing. But detectives sensed something was off. A background check revealed that Gacy had previously served time for sexually assaulting a teenage boy in 1968. Surveillance was placed on him, and investigators soon uncovered alarming clues. Strange odors from his home, reports of missing employees, and evidence linking him to multiple disappearances. When a police search warrant was finally executed, officers made a horrifying discovery. Beneath the floorboards of Gacy's home lay a mass grave, the decomposing remains of dozens of boys and young men stacked and covered in lime. Some victims were so decomposed that dental records were the only means of identification. The final count: 29 bodies buried under his house and 4 others found elsewhere. The sight stunned even veteran detectives. The smell, the sheer scale, the casual way Gacy had lived above the corpses for years. It was beyond comprehension. When confronted with the evidence, Gacy finally broke down. In a series of chilling interviews, he described his crimes with disturbing nonchalance. He referred to his victims as things and blamed a separate other side of himself, the part that came out when he became Pogo. "I'm not the killing type," Gacy once said. "There's 2 Johns in me. One's the nice guy everyone likes and the other does terrible things." He admitted to disposing of bodies himself, crawling under the house for hours at a time to dig graves. He later told police that killing became almost a second nature. At one point he boasted, "I'm probably the most prolific killer you'll ever meet." Gacy's trial began in 1980, and it quickly became one of the most infamous in American history. The prosecution portrayed him as a calculating predator who enjoyed torturing and killing his victims. The defense argued insanity, claiming that Gacy suffered from multiple personality disorder and could not distinguish right from wrong. Jurors were unconvinced. The sheer organization of his crimes, the burial patterns, the meticulous concealment, the manipulation, proved he knew exactly what he was doing. Gacy was found guilty of 33 counts of murder and sentenced to death. During his 14 years on death row, Gacy remained unrepentant. He gave interviews mocking his victims, blaming the media, and even creating hundreds of paintings, many depicting himself as Pogo the Clown. Some of these paintings were sold at auctions, disturbing the families of his victims. When asked how he viewed himself, Gacy chillingly replied, "I'm the 34th victim." On May 10, 1994, Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Illinois. His final words were as callous as his crimes: "Kiss my ass." Outside the prison, hundreds gathered, some in mourning, others celebrating the end of one of America's most depraved killers. John Wayne Gacy's crimes forever changed how America viewed safety, identity, and trust. He wasn't a shadowy figure hiding in alleys. He was a neighbor, a businessman, a clown at children's parties. He personified the terror that evil doesn't always look like a monster. Sometimes it smiles and shakes your hand. Psychologists have since studied Gacy's psyche extensively, describing him as a narcissistic psychopath driven by a need for dominance and power. His clown persona, some theorize, symbolized his fractured identity, a mask of joy concealing madness. The juxtaposition of childhood innocence with unspeakable violence made his case one of the most haunting in criminological history. Today, Gacy's story continues to captivate and horrify, a reminder that beneath the paint and the laughter, even the kindest face can conceal unimaginable evil. His home was demolished, but the legend of the killer clown endures, echoing through pop culture, horror fiction, and the collective nightmares of a nation. The smiling face of John Wayne Gacy will forever symbolize a terrifying truth. Sometimes, the most disturbing monsters don't hide in the dark. They hide behind the mask of normalcy. As the final chapter closes on America's long and harrowing history of serial killers, one truth remains impossible to ignore. These monsters were not born in isolation. They emerged from within the cracks of civilization, shaped by neglect, trauma, opportunity, and a society that often looked away until it was too late. From the shadowy alleys of Chicago to the dark highways of California and the rural heartlands of the Midwest, each story of murder and madness reflects not just individual evil, but the world that allowed it to thrive. These killers, from Ted Bundy to John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer to Richard Ramirez, BTK, Aileen Wuornos, and dozens more, didn't simply commit crimes. They left permanent scars on America's psyche. Their stories forced a nation to confront disturbing questions about humanity, morality, and the capacity for darkness within us all. One of the most enduring fascinations surrounding American serial killers is the question of why. How could someone capable of laughter, conversation, and love also be capable of dismemberment, torture, and death? Psychologists and criminologists have spent decades studying the minds of these predators. Some, like Ted Bundy, were charming narcissists, intelligent, articulate, and utterly devoid of empathy. Others, like Jeffrey Dahmer, were consumed by loneliness and obsession, their killings a grotesque attempt to possess what they could never emotionally attain. Still others, like David Berkowitz, claimed divine or demonic inspiration, insisting that unseen forces compelled their violence. But beneath the labels, sociopath, psychopath, narcissist, schizophrenic, lies a chilling commonality, a complete absence of empathy. For them, human life was not sacred. It was disposable, a means to an end, a vessel for their fantasies and rage. Yet, disturbingly, many of these killers were not social outcasts. They held jobs, relationships, and even community status. Gacy was a respected contractor, Bundy was a law student, Dennis Rader was a church leader. This paradox, the coexistence of normalcy and monstrosity, is what terrifies the public most. Evil, it seems, can wear a friendly face. The rise of serial killers during the 20th century forced American law enforcement to adapt rapidly. Before the creation of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, BSU, in the 1970s, many murders were treated as isolated crimes. Police departments often failed to connect cases across jurisdictions, allowing predators to continue killing unchecked for years. It was only through advancements in criminal profiling, forensic science, and DNA analysis that investigators began to link patterns of behavior, victim types, and methods. Agents like John Douglas and Robert Ressler, pioneers of criminal profiling, interviewed convicted killers to understand their psychology, a process that inspired the term serial killer itself. The FBI's creation of the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, in 1985 allowed for the collection and comparison of violent crime data nationwide. This technological and psychological revolution marked a turning point, helping law enforcement identify and capture predators faster than ever before. Today, tools like genetic genealogy, digital forensics, and AI analysis continue to evolve the hunt for hidden killers, proving that even decades-old cold cases can still yield justice. No story of American serial killers is complete without examining the media's role. Newspapers, documentaries, and films have immortalized these criminals, sometimes to an uncomfortable degree. The public's appetite for horror, coupled with sensational reporting, turned many murderers into dark celebrities. When Ted Bundy represented himself in court, cameras treated the trial like theater. Charles Manson's wild-eyed charisma made him a pop culture figure. Jeffrey Dahmer's crimes inspired dozens of films and TV shows. This fascination isn't new. It stems from a primal curiosity about danger, a need to understand the incomprehensible. Yet it also walks a dangerous line. Each headline and documentary risks glorifying the killer rather than honoring the victims. True crime can educate and warn, but it can also exploit tragedy if not handled responsibly. In recent years, documentaries like Mindhunter, the Jeffrey Dahmer tapes, and Night Stalker have reignited public interest, not merely for entertainment, but as cautionary studies into the darkest corners of the human mind. Amid the chilling details and sensational stories, the true tragedy lies with the victims, the lives lost, the families shattered, the communities scarred. Too often, their names are overshadowed by the notoriety of the killers. Each victim was someone's child, sibling, or friend, a person with dreams, laughter, and potential that was cruelly extinguished. Remembering them restores humanity to a narrative dominated by evil. Their memory demands that society never forget the real cost of violence, not just the bodies buried, but the innocence stolen from generations. As criminologists continue to study the patterns of these murderers, families continue to heal in their absence. Justice, while imperfect, strives to balance the scales, ensuring that those who kill for pleasure, power, or pain are never allowed to do so again. The legacy of American serial killers is not merely one of horror. It is also one of awareness, reform, and resilience. Their atrocities prompted sweeping changes in law enforcement coordination, victim advocacy, and mental health awareness. They pushed forensic science forward and made the public more vigilant about safety and trust. In a way, society's confrontation with evil has illuminated its own capacity for good. Every investigation, every profile, and every solved case stands as proof that justice can emerge from darkness. These stories are not told to glorify violence. They are told to remind us that vigilance, empathy, and truth are the best defenses against it. Evil thrives in silence and neglect, but it falters under scrutiny and unity. From Jack the Ripper's shadowy legacy abroad to America's long list of infamous killers, one chilling fact remains. Monsters are real, and they often look like us. They drive our streets, smile in our photos, and sometimes even hold our trust. Yet, for every killer who hid in plain sight, there were investigators, journalists, and citizens who refused to let them escape justice. The story of American serial killers, in all its terror and tragedy, is ultimately a story of humanity, its failures, its fears, and its unbreakable will to seek truth. As the pages close on these disturbing chronicles, one lesson lingers like a whisper through time. The darkest evil often hides in the most familiar places, but light, once found, will always expose it.